Check, check. Okay. Do this. Okay. What's first on my list? Well, let's see what we got. So first of all, we've got a spaceship. I'm not gonna go into all the details once. We got a spaceship has to land on a planet without doing too much damage to itself, and like I just did. And if they do damage themselves, which they will, they can collect scrap, which every planet is covered in, and they can use that to repair their systems. Uh, so hopefully they can get off the planet again and move to the next planet. So the game loop is one of the things that we worked on today, along with dynamic music. So each these planets are procedurally generated by an asset that I got. This is the procedural generation asset here. They start out, as you can see, as just a simple gray sphere. When they generate, you can see that sphere hits hills and valleys and then water and so on. And we can see all my scrap being scattered all over the planet. And you can pick up all those. So, and where's my ship at? Rolling around somewhere on the surface, I'm sure. There it is. But first, I need to fix a bug I noticed yesterday in the development session, and that's it didn't happen in my original code, and that's my damage effect, which is this thing. Let me just turn it up. This is the damage effect, particle effect. When you damage a thing, it's going to kind of catch fire. That doesn't seem to let me change it at runtime. It only occurred in the lesson and not during my original development. So you figure that bug out first. That's going to be in the landing cluster script. Basically, the error is here. Now, this error doesn't happen unless I hit something, so I'm going to quickly force this to run all the time. So I can see that error without having to mess about too much. Now, this is a VR game, but I've also added keyboard and mouse controllers because testing's a lot faster. So we should see this error now happen immediately, and I should be able to pin it down. I'm hoping it's something simple. So do not create your own module instances. Get them from the particle system instance. The way the particle system works in Unity is really strange because they bought it in a company called Shuriken. And if you've ever used the old particle system, not the new visual effects graph, it looks different than the rest of Unity. The way you interact with it is completely different than the rest of Unity. These sections are called modules. And you have to access the modules. You could pull the module from the particle system first, then change it, which looks really strange. It's like, why am I getting this thing and then changing it? And how does that end up having an effect? But if we actually look at the underlying code here, this is the particle system code in Unity. It's actually returning a brand new emission module based on this particle system. So this is kind of the way that Unity made that this Shuriken system work with Unity. It's a bit odd, but when integrating stuff, sometimes you have to make kind of not ideal choices to make shit work. So this emission thing isn't working now. This is working up here, setting the speed of the exhaust particles. That's when you actually fire your engines. I'll show you that quickly. If I fire my engines by holding down space, these engines are normally controlled by the quick triggers and the regular triggers on your joystick, so you have like kind of a lunar lander experience. But if I fire them all, that works. You can see the particles are working perfectly. So this is working fine, but this one is giving me an error, even though I'm doing the same approach. I'm getting a particle, the emissions module, and then changing something on it, just like I did with this. Now, I don't know if there's something different about the emission module. The one thing I didn't check, the one main difference between my reference code and the code that I used in lesson is I had a different shape. This was a sphere. So I'm not going to bother bouncing it, but I'm just going to check it with a sphere and see if I have the same problem. It's a totally different module. I don't see why it would. It doesn't have any effect, so that's not it. Oh wait, I've selected the wrong thing. Here we go. This is the sphere I want. And I want to give it a bit of an emission so I can see what's happening. So the reason I was doing it within a sphere before is you can use this old trick of negative gravity, which creates quite a nice flame effect. Pretty common trick to use. But you can land anywhere on this planet, on any side of it. So technically this gravity is always upwards. Whereas on my planet here, gravity is changing depending where you are. So this effect that trick doesn't work. So I'm having to use a cone that's kind of shooting it upwards, which is not ideal, but it does the trick. So I'm hoping to see, yep, it's the same error. I've noticed it's been left behind here. That's probably, so still seeing the same error on all 4 landing thrusters. And interestingly, also on the ship. Oh no, that's just where the stack trace is coming from. So I still have the same problem. So let me fix that emission system. The shape. I should be able to just, no, I can't. No, it's already been set, so I have to, okay, there we go. It's as it was. And I'll turn off the emission. So this is the starting state of the fire. Let me figure this out. This is going to be probably a bit of a Google adventure because I have not seen it. So I will open up my reference project, which was working perfectly. I did stare at it for quite a while during lesson yesterday, but didn't have time to really debug it. But I'll have that reference project alongside just in case. In the meantime, time for some Googling. because there will be some difference between the two projects. Same version of Unity, pretty much the same particle system. Not seen this error before when I used it the proper way. So this person is using the same technique as me. They're getting the main. So they got new there, probably inheriting from something. So they're using the main, which is the main module. Yeah, interesting. It's the same. Doing the same thing as main. You couldn't change the loop variable because this is a struct. See, this is a bad. This is a terrible answer because this doesn't work like this. You would think you'd be able to do just do the emission directly. So why am I doing this when I could just surely I can just do damage particles in front of here? But then you get the whole problem in that this is a temporary value. If you look at it, it's just returning this new thing. So setting this, getting a new thing and setting it, it shouldn't give me an error, surprisingly, but it does. Returns temporary value. Cannot modify struct values when actually struct is not classified as a variable. Okay, so struct values you can't modify in temporary values. So this is why you generally use this approach, which I've always seen work. So more research required as usual. And this is something really dumb. Like I haven't wired up the actual exhaust. Oh, there we go. So the damaged particles weren't actually connected, but the error it was giving me was incredibly misleading. Yeah, okay. I should have looked at it more carefully. Instead of getting a null reference exception, which I would have expected, it gave me this other error, which is not super clear. So that should now work for damage. For the sake of argument, I'm going to add a key so I can damage these things automatically. So if I push, I don't know, F12. And input dot, oops, code F12. If we get F12, I'll set the integrity of the system or its health to, I don't know, 0, I guess, and then I'll update my damage, which won't be happening anywhere here, so I don't need to do that. I should be able to see the test that working by just blowing out my engine as F12. Once this little bug's fixed, then I'll move on to the test it first. Oh, okay. Yep, that's busted my engine, all right. So that works now. I have damage effects. So I don't need this anymore. Now the next thing I wanted to do is work out when the ship has landed or not. It gave you, since it gave you that error instead of a null reference because you're passing that new variable, which we can know. Yeah, probably. Because it is because you can call that. You can call this on a null because if you look at it, it's probably static. It's not static. It's not see it. No, it's a static class. Maybe a static class. I would have still expected a different error there, but it's possible that they're catching an error deeper in this particle system. It's a sealed class component, so it should still throw. You shouldn't be able to access this property on a null. It should still give you a null reference exception. But I mean, I have to do a little bit more research. It's structural, so oh yeah, no, it's still a public field property. Sorry, member property, so it's not static or anything. So this should still fail before it gets to this point, but that seems to be not the case. They're catching it somewhere else, so can't argue with what there was with the evidence. So that's that fixed. Now this I'll come back to later. We're going to be doing sounds and procedural music in this session, and the gameplay loop. So first I want to detect if the ship's landed. So I want to, I haven't got it yet, but I want a bit of a bit more UI on it. I did originally want to made this project have a full-on cockpit with screens and had like external cameras projecting like render textures showing where you're landing, showing your ship from the outside so you could land more easily. For the sake of simplicity, I dropped the cockpit idea, but I do think I'm going to have some kind of. I got to keep in mind this is VR, so I do want to put some kind of UI in front of me here, even if it's just floating in space like a heads-up display. It's fine. Then that's going to be in my. Well, I'm actually going to put it in the player. I'm going to put it in the player XR rig. Reason being, I disable this player XR rig when I get out of the ship. So it saves me that would disable the UI along with it. So I don't see it from the outside of the ship. I could just put it on a layer and do some camera trickery, but it'd be far simpler just to have just include it in here so it gets disabled when you leave. So I'll make a new canvas here. Pull this the cockpit UI. It'll be a world space canvas. I usually go with 0.02. Start when I'm scaling. Zero everything. Put some text on it to see if it's backwards or not. It usually is. I do want to find a font today too. I haven't got a font here, but it's just generic, just boring. I do have a nice font. Let me get out of the way quickly. I got it from the original project, which was here. I found this font. I've actually used this in a couple of game jams. I'm keen on it. It's a nice font. So that would go into my section 3, assets, fonts. And because we're using Text Mesh Pro, I need to generate an asset for that. And I'll use that everywhere. It's weird, Kristen. I know you're there, but it's a zero viewer. I don't understand this thing. Okay, so the font assets, that's Text Mesh Pro font asset. Let's start with it. Well, we'll start with this other text. A damage report, opens the new text. So it's not the most readable text, but it looks cooler at least. Where else would I want that? There's a wrist-mounted display that lives on the right hand. There's a wrist display that shows some information like how much scrap you picked up, an arrow that points toward the ship, how far your ship is away. So let's see how well this fits with your phone. Yeah, it's not perfect, but at least it's interesting. A bit more fun. There we go. And I think I have a couple more on the scrap barrels themselves. When you get close to them, you have some text, which you can't see right now because it's not under a canvas, but it's there. So I'll just straight up change that one. And I'll test those next time I crash. So I want to know when oh yeah, I was making a heads-up display, wasn't I? So cockpit UI. I'm going to be viewing from pretty much the cockpit camera is here. So I'm just going to pretty much, well, I'll be able to see it right here. Now, the exterior of the ship is, which is here. I put that on a layer called ship exterior, which is not rendered for the interior camera, only for the exterior camera. So this, I could use the layer trick again with these two cameras. And in fact, that might, from a teaching perspective, that's probably, it doesn't really matter. I mean, I already taught them that part, so I don't really think it matters in this case. So I'll have, I guess, a few bits of useful information. We're probably going to want some kind of PUD container, and that won't be a text. That'll be an actual container that you can see. So bring it out, give it some dimensions. Something I'm happy with, and I'll give it a solid background just so I can see how big it is. full-size backgrounds. We'll make it our favorite green, and then a little bit see-through. This can be our HUD background. I think I will keep that. You'll still be able to look around with your VR, so it's not gonna be stuck to your face or anything. This is tricky, so I'm gonna use 1080p here just to get a better feel where that's at. So let's give this a better scale. Probably want it down here, maybe a little bit of an angle to it. Maybe it's too big. I don't want to scale it to scale ideally, but could do. Yeah, that's not gonna hurt. So I'll leave it like that and I'll scale up and down as needed. So we've got a background now. Let's put in, I don't want to keep this, I want to keep this simple because we already, last night's lesson was 3 hours long. So I want to try to get it all done. So we'll have some text, go with our favorite green. I should probably make this green a swatch. And let's just start jamming with this, like how this is gonna work. We might have like a speed display, probably an altitude display. Even you can't look down. You can look down at like when you're flying in VR, but this will also help you figure out which way's forward because you have a HUD in front of you. Ideally, this would be inside a cockpit, and I just don't have the 3D modeling skills all the time. Couldn't find one that's free, basically. We could add more to this as we go, but for now, I think this will do. So I'm just gonna just stack them up in the corner for now. Keep them a realistic height. And start using this tool to snap everything. 35 on that as well. Let's start snapping things. I find it's easiest. And then we'll give it a bit of a change my anchors a little bit so I can. Okay, the anchor is on the background, which is full size. So why are these anchors? Why is this anchor in? These ones make sense. That's 0. This one anchor. Why is it getting me? Interesting. Oh, that's right. I didn't give it the same stretching. This is a stretch top. I'll just have a line left. So now we can give them a little bit of a breathing room. I could have done this with a vertical layout group, but again, I'm going to keep it simple. So the top one can be speed and some kind of the the numbers I'm dealing with here because everything's been scaled up and down a million times. So there's no real meter anymore. Like 1 unit is not 1 meter anymore. But I do have. But if I divide everything, I multiply everything by 0.2, it comes out at what feels like meters. So I'm just going to go with. I mean, who's to say how big the ship is and how big a planet is and how big a person is? So it feels right when I go with it. So I don't know how big this number might get, but let's assume it gets big. So I'll have meters a second. Considering this font is a little bit clunky. It doesn't have a lowercase, which sucks. It's a nice font though. And we'll do something similar for altitude. I think I'm spelling that right. Let's check that. Cool. Altitude, that will be again something like 999 meters, point something meters. This will be for landing. So we've got too much scale here. Let's try something a bit more conservative. You want space on the screen for other stuff, I'm sure. Let's actually put that on and scaling the same way the other one. 24. And we'll just jam this up so we can fit that. Well, we're gonna have to change the size of this thing. Go center to there. Just pop that there. Okay. So let's wire this up. I do think I want the HUD to be a little smaller. And let me see how that looks before I wire it up. It's okay here. I'm not going to plug in VR just at the moment, but I should pretty sure that'll just be fine. It'd be cool to do some like, some like cool things I could do. But time. So I'll leave some space there until I decide what actually is going to be on here. And let's wire these up. So the HUD will have a new ship script. Well, it's HUD. Whoa. Oh, I've misspelled that. I have to spell it. Meaning in the class. Should be HUD. And pretty much just doing an update. Keep it easy. I'm using Rider for this because I'm much faster at programming in Rider. But I use Visual Studio for the lessons. So this thing's going to need some kind of reference to its ship. So I'll grab a ship variable and make that equal to. Now I can find it. I'm just going to do a find. There's only one ship in the scene, so I'm just going to go find objects in the scene. I've been using that so far because this is not going to be like a multiplayer game. So that's going to be a field. And in the update, we'll update the ship's speed and altitude displays. So speed display text will be just grabbed out from my other types, so it'll be the same. And let's replace this with the ship. Now, probably gonna use the rigid body speed here, so I don't want to be getting that every frame, so that's kind of be a bit lazy. I do want the ship as well though, because I'm probably gonna want it to display like is it landed or not, and that's gonna be the ship's decision because the ship needs to know if it's landed or not for other gameplay mechanics. I'm gonna be adding a bit later, so I will still the rigid body as well, so I don't have to flail about and ship dot component rigid body, and that is on the ship route. I'm 100% sure, but double check. It is. Cool. Now we got the rigid body. What's it? Let me do the components. So it seems to be a rigid body as well. Now we can just say shift rigid body dot velocity dot magnitude, and I only really want the first decimal place, so I'm gonna do F1 as my formatting. And for my altitude, this is a bit more complicated. Except I think I'm gonna let the ship figure that out every frame. That's a reasonable thing. So ship's a no. Ship dot altitude. Now this looks dumb. I'm using this naming convention because I'm not using properties in this because we haven't gotten to properties a hell of a lot in class. So my naming convention looks really dumb here, but when using normal non-underscore naming conventions, which I'm using in class, then I normally use this to know which code's been written in class and not, and also it's my usual naming convention. So I'm using a global variable and public variables, but this I don't really want to. I got a lot to do in this lesson. I don't want to bring in like getter only properties. I'd rather not get into that. So I'm going to make that a public float. And these guys, TMP texts, these will want to be wired up. TMP text, altitude display. These guys I usually put at the top. All right, wire that up, and we should have a decent. Well, altitude would be 0 right now, but let's start with something. Just gotta wire up the HUD. I should put the script on it. There we go. Speed display, altitude display. Let's see if speed works. It is. Okay, so that's gravity taking an effect there. Now, the speed is just straight speed. It doesn't say which direction it's going. So I could put another little arrow on there if I wanted to. I mean, what I do in these dev sessions is I go a bit more all out on these dev sessions. So like I have the maximum amount I could possibly fit in a lesson, and then tomorrow before the lesson I'll strip it back into something that will fit in. Well, these lessons last longer, but fits into a lesson format. So I will go a bit more fancy. So I'll grab this ship direction indicator, for instance, and let's give that a go. Let's see what that looks like in there, because we can totally grab the position of the ship's, well, the velocity, the direction of velocity of the ship. That could be kind of useful to have. So I pop this some over the corner. Let me just top right this thing. And we want 1 and 1, so 1 and 0. So no, it was 1 and 1. It's still rotated? Oh no, it's there. So now let's make this thing a little bit away from the side there. I think we use -10 over on these guys, did I not? Oh, 10, yeah. So this guy can be, we'll call this ship velocity direction indicator. I think it's pretty obvious it's the ship, and I'm in a HUD, so let me ship. So I'll bring this thing down as well, and then let's make it way bigger. I'll keep preserve aspect on, so I don't end up with a squished thing. And I'll just let this drag out to something. I could probably describe what this arrow means. I do want to fill this UI, this HUD up, so let's just make it chunky. And now in our HUDs, we can update the direction, the ship's velocity direction indicator. And this should be pretty easy because what we just need to do is take the direction indicator and look at its transform. Well, first of all, I can't use this pivot point here. The pivot point actually does have to be at 0.5. It needs to be in the middle, otherwise the arrow will be really strange. So I might have to manually pull this guy over, but that's all right. That's okay. I can let's just give it something a bit more square. I should at least maybe slide it to the corner better. Let's go 300, 300. And now I should be able to pop in the corner. I'm just trying to line up with something else. Trying to line up with that. Ah, well. I'll just put somewhere that's nice. I'll put there. And now it's got its position in the middle. We look at its direction, and its facing direction is up on the y-axis. So if we change its ship velocity direction indicator, which just be a transform, so we don't care about anything else about it. So this will be transform. Then we can just set its up direction, which is its y direction, and make it the same as the ship's, actually the ship's rigid body dot velocity, normalized. It shouldn't matter if it's normalized or not, but it's good practice. And that's depending if it's efficient, whatever. So let's see if that works. It's gonna be kind of hard to see because it's gonna be mostly almost difficult. Yeah, I'm gonna wire it up first. It's gonna be difficult to see because it's mostly gonna be facing like away from you and be kind of in a oblique angle, but we'll try anyway. Okay. Yeah, it's getting the point across. It's kind of hard to see, but it's meant to be a bit of a hologram. Should be enough to get the gist of it. It's hard to tell if it's pointing up or down. In 3D, this would be a lot easier in VR because you'll see which way if it's pointing up or down. I can't see that in 2 dimensions, but in 3 dimensions, the depth will give you more information from that. That'll be for velocity. Altitude, I need to implement in the ship. So over in the ship, let's work this out. So we can pretty much just have an update. Let's give it an update. So this thing's basically gonna calculate the. This is gonna look inefficient the way I'm about to do this, but there's a reason for it. So bear with me. Calculate the altitude from the current planet because we're going to be moving between planets ideally. And so if I cache this planet and then I regenerate a new planet, then how the whole transition between planets upload works is up in the air. I'm not sure if I'm going to do don't destroy all load objects or I'm going to do a scene transition. I really don't know yet because I want to keep that needs to be as simple as possible too. So it's possible the same planet will just get regenerated. I'll delete all the scrap on it. I'll regenerate the planet. So it's possible that this planet would. Okay, I will make this planet. I will store that as opposed to getting it every single frame. The planet's just a transform. I mean, it could be anything else, but let's move some of these guys around to public. So it should be higher up. This should be this player on board. That's being used the public ways. That should be public. Just use the bathroom, guys. I'll be right back. Oh, I just realized I'm not wearing my mic, so I'm really quiet. That's probably why. All right, let's put mic on this time. You're able to hear me more clearly. Is that better? All right, calculating the altitude. So altitude is just going to be, I guess, a physics raycast. So I should probably check if we are above the planet. So I'm going to do a physics. Now I could calculate altitude in a bunch of interesting ways. I could do a raycast basically down from like what does altitude mean? Altitude from what point of the ship to the other? Because this planet is tiny and the ship's quite large in comparison. So where do I calculate it from? Do I calculate it from the bottom of the ship? Probably should have a look at my ship and decide because if I think a smart way of doing this is a two-stage process. I think what might work well is I fire a raycast out from the front of the ship, hit the planet, then turn that raycast around and fire it back at the ship, kind of like radar, and figure out where it hits the ship. So I always have the closest point on the ship will be considered the altitude, which is a bit of a weird way of measuring it. But if you're trying to land your ship, that's the altitude you actually care about, really. Is how close is the closest point in your ship. So that's what I'm going to try and do. I'm going to do this in two phases. I'm going to do so both of which could potentially miss. Well, they shouldn't. The planet's not got any holes in it. So what I'll do is be clear of what I'm doing here. I'll calculate the direction from the ship to the planet. So that'll be planet direction. And we do this by taking the place we want to be at. We want to be at the planet, so it's going to be the planet's position minus where we are, which is the ship's position. And I'm going to normalize it. Again, not strictly necessary depending on what I'm doing with it, but I'm going to keep things normalized because it's better. And then we're going to find the point on the planet. Okay, now, yeah, this is going to be the closest point. Find the closest point on the planet from the ship. I guess that makes sense. It's keeping the distance of the planet. Yeah, I'm hoping this will work out. I've never really done it this way before, but it kind of makes sense. That's kind of like how radar works. It's like pew pew. You can measure the return, the round trip. So get the closest point on the planet. So I'll do my physics raycast. I could be even fancier, and I could do another way I could do this is take the rigid body itself and do a sweep test, which takes the rigid body and kind of like imaginarily pushes it through space in the direction you give it, and then it'll calculate the hit point, and then that hit point, which should be the most accurate thing. So, but these both, out of curiosity, I'll return the result of both and see if I get a different result. This should be faster though. Two raycasts is a lot faster than a sweep test, which is quite pretty expensive. Um, So physics raycast and the direction origin will be from the ship in the direction of the planet. And I only really want the hit information. And I'm gonna ignore the cases where you're one of these manages to miss somehow. It shouldn't happen. I'll show you the sweep test after, so I'm curious to see if the results are different. But effectively, what it does is you call it from the rigid body. So you would do like I think it says a rigid body dot sweep test. It's even simpler to use um, than it's even simpler to use than a raycast. You give it a direction, and you get back some info, and you can give it a max distance, and it will take the rigid body, the shape of the ship, so all of its child colliders and everything. So this ship's made up of a main body collider here, it's a big capsule where most of the body's at, and then it's got one for each, a capsule for each of the landing legs, thrusters, things. It'll take that whole rigid body, no matter what your orientation is, and it will basically sweep it. Sweeping is a 3D term for when you take a profile of something and project it in a direction. It's like a volumetric kind of a shadow almost. So it'll sweep that profile in this direction and find out when that hits, which should give a similar, if not the same result as what I'm doing. So it'd be interesting to see both happen. So I'll do that one in a minute. But first I'm going to do the whole bounce, shoot a raycast down, and then to come back again. So it should just be the distance on the second raycast. Raycast back from that point, from the point on closest on the planet towards the ship. So another if for physics raycast. And this will be from the hit point. Let me name these better. This is going to be the planet hit. So planet hit dot point. And the direction will be basically the planet direction. Now I shouldn't need to do anything but just reverse that planet direction. Yeah. I don't want to care. I don't want to use normals or anything, 'cause that's exactly the opposite of what I want to do. I'm not trying to detect radar invisible planets here. I want it to come directly back at me, which is unrealistic if it's for the radar example, but so this should just need another out bar ship hit. Now if this hits, an extra one of those, then I should have an altitude. It's just gonna be the distance between that. So my altitude equals the ship hit distance. That should be that one. Now I'm going to do both cases here. So I'm going to say um, the two raycast altitude. That will be the current altitude here. And then I'm going to do the sweep test. So I'm going to take the rigid body and sweep it toward the planet again, and take its out bar hit, call this the sweep hit. And I'm going to put these logs in here in case one of these fails. And I'll do the same thing. And this I think is a bit more complicated. No, it does have a distance. So that might be simple as that. And we'll log that as the sweep, RB sweep altitude. So hopefully similar results. Sweep tests are fantastic they're very expensive, very expensive. But if you had like a complex shape and you had a concave complex shape, oh actually before I say that, I'm not sure sweep tests do work on concave objects. They might not. Yeah, no, it only works on convex. So you can't like sweep it through a donut or something and have it miss if it goes to the middle. It only works on convex stuff, but it's still a much more accurate if you want to see if something's going to just fit through and stuff like that. It's also great for placing things on the ground. I use that for placing my scrap, actually. I have a script called Planet Object Placer Spawner, and this is what this does. It creates a new object, calculates the direction from that object to the planet, does a sweep test, and then places the object not at that hit point, because if you do that, because it's placed on the very first frame, and the first frame usually lasts a quarter of a second or more, like the first frame that lasts a while. Gravity's happening for quite a while before it actually manages to do a physics check. So generally what I do is I take the hit point and then I just lift it off the ground a little bit. I also give the rigid body a use continuous collision detection. Those combined usually prevent anything falling through the surface of the planet or your object you're using on that first frame. So let's see what these come up with. I'm hoping for a similar. I'm hoping to get two, first of all. And I'm hoping the numbers should be similar. Yeah, so probably reference some stuff. Ship. What does, oh, the planet. Yeah, of course. Which planet are you around? I'm around. Oh, I didn't make that public, did I? Yeah, that needs to be public. Technically, I should make it a serializable object, but whatever. Yeah, it's really worth looking into a lot of the stuff Rigid Body can do as a class. Another really useful one, you probably are obviously familiar with moving things by just saying, hey, I'm going to take my transform position. I'm just going to move it by my transforms forward times, I don't know, speed times time delta, something you've probably done before. That's great, but it doesn't take physics into account. What you can do instead is take your rigid body and have a move position and have it move to this actually has to take a position. So it would be then this again, but with a plus in there. And what this does is actually takes physics into account on its mission, on its journey there, theoretically. So this is usually a safer way. Same with rotation. If you're dealing with physics objects, you're usually better off using the rigid body to move them around. Even if you want to teleport them around, it's usually better using that. Transformed out position is useful if you definitely want to move something somewhere, like a teleport. But for other stuff, when you do want to consider other physical objects, then use the rigid body when possible. And it didn't wire up the planet again. There we go. See if you get two similar values, or two at all. Interesting. One's failing. So the raycast is actually failing. Sweep test is passing flying colors. Raycast is failing. What am I doing here? I'm taking the planet hit point, and I'm immediately firing back at the ship. Now, there's no physics layer on this, so it should hit. So what I'm going to do here is smart thing, and I'm going to do a debug dot. Don't pretend you know how physics works, and you can just do this. I'll take my ray down. So my ray down will be the position of the ship in the planet direction. I'll make that red. And then I'll do another ray on the way back. I'm going to make this one a line, actually. Because I do want to see the bounce back. Actually, no, it's okay, because I expect them to be different. So now this will take the hit point and the minus direction. I'll make this one green. So we should see, well, they should be on top of each other. But something's going wrong, so I suspect that's not the case. If we don't see a green return ray, then something's up. So I want a good view of this. Right, the ship's hitting itself. I don't know if you noticed that. There's my ray. I forgot that rays actually have unit length, so that's kind of pointless. Let me try that again because maybe it's not hitting itself. Maybe it's just terrible. So, like, how long is this ray? Oh, by the way, another pro tip. If you look at how this ray works, because quite often you're dealing with like momentary things, um, that's not happening every frame. This guy's is a lifesaver. You can draw a ray and have it sit around for a bit. So if you have like an impact happen and you want to see what the normal of the impact was or the relative velocity or something, but it's over an instant, use that duration. Um, oh, it's even got a depth test. I didn't know about that. So it doesn't get drawn on top of stuff. That's nice. Okay, so the direction also has the length. So that's actually pretty badly named, but so what we'll do is just give this a large number. I know the orbit of the planet's like orbiting at about 1,000. That should give us a good view of it. There's our red. The red is the outgoing. Went clean through the planet, but that's okay. Now, let's use lines instead. So I'll have so at least if I know if I hit, I may have missed the planet. I mean, these rays might be, they don't have a default physics layer on them. So I don't know. Let's try the ray anyway. So the difference between here, this and that is it has a start and an end. So you have to do this. And I'll do the same on the way back if it even gets here. So it's going to be the planet hit point minus that. So we'll see immediately if that red ray actually stops on the planet's surface. Very interesting. So the raycasts aren't working on this planet. What's special about this planet? It's default. It's default. It's got a mesh collider. Why would this planet be ignoring? I mean, on the plus side, we're getting perfect numbers from this. We're getting this number approaching very close to zero, which is exactly what we want. So this, while slow, is giving us excellent results, but I am still curious for my own curiosities. Why is the planet ignoring raycasts? It's not layered for that. It does have its, I mean, it does have its colliders generated at runtime, as you obviously expect. So that's, what if I make it a ray? No, even if I make it a convex, that ray's going clean through it. No, it's not. No, it's not necessarily. No, wait. I need to draw this line. Yeah, I need to start and actually use, what am I doing? I need to stop at the point it hits. Same here. There we go. That should get some accurate results. So I'm hoping to see the red line stop on the surface. Good. So one half of it's working. Now, it stopped. It's hitting itself now. And do we get any raycasts working? So what's happening is a couple things here. I think, first of all, the ship should not collide with itself. So for once, we're going to have to do on the physics out, because the transform position, I believe, is the base of the ship. So it's very conceivable. Yeah, it is. Right now, in its current state, if I start here, yeah, it's going to miss the ship. It's going to be firing from here at this planet, missing both those colliders. As soon as that ship starts to topple a little bit, it's going to hit itself. So I need to, the ship is already on the actual, oh shit. Ah, okay, it's definitely safe to put this ship also on, I mean, I could put it on, no, I can't use ignore raycast. I need that return raycast. So I'm going to put the ship on just the, not going to affect anything else. That will also prevent it being rendered from the inside, but that's okay. Because the exterior camera, which is this one, does render ship exteriors. It's just the internal camera here that does not. And we don't care if it, yeah, it's fine. So now we can use a layer raycast layer on this, which I think goes at the end, depending which one I'm using. Now this takes an integer, but you don't have to give it an integer. You can give it a, call it planet raycast mask. And it will try to create that as a integer. I want that to be serializable. But you don't have to make an integer. You can make it a layer mask instead, because it will implicitly convert that. If we look at layer mask, it has an implicit conversion to integer. But this just gives us, so it can implicitly convert that. But it gives us a much better, it gives us some proper UI in the, so let's start with that. It gives us something in the inspector I can actually choose layers as opposed to typing in some integer, which would be a bit mask and it'd be horrible to enter. So the spaceship now can, on the planet raycast, can hit everything except for the ship exterior. So now there's no way it should be able to hit itself. Only on the outgoing raycast. If I topple the ship forward now, I'm trying to see that. Can't see it anywhere. There it is. Um, I just realized, I think this is the actual opposite. I think this is the ignore. Come on, tell me which one it is. I wish it would highlight the one that I know I'm using. Layer mask. Okay, I have to look this up. So I always forget whether it's the one, it's things it ignores or the things that it hits. So layer mask, yeah, so this is the ignore layer. Whoops. So I did the exact opposite as I wanted. I made it so I don't want to ignore anything except for the ship exterior. So it'll ignore the ship. Before it was ignoring everything but the ship. So now let's try that. Still not seeing that ray. Not seeing that ray anywhere. Let's pull the ship back a bit. All right, I'm gonna have to let's throw some debug on it. Why not? All right. Let's do some stepping here. On a direction. Yep. A debug on debug. Yep. Uh-huh. So it's not hitting anything. Which doesn't make sense because it was hitting the planet before. This is the ignore raycast. So it's ignoring. Let's just turn this ignore off again. Let's get rid of that ignore for a second here. Something's up with that ignore. So it should, I was having it shoot before, and I should see a ray going down to the planet's surface, which it is now, but I tilt my ship forward, it'll interrupt that and hit itself. So why? Exactly what I want to do is provide it a planet raycast ignore mask. And again, double check that I'm doing this right. I don't use it particularly often. To filter out any colliders, a layer mask is used to selectively ignore colliders when casting a ray. How did the planet, what's it on default? So what I did is exactly what the documentation says it should do. I only want to ignore the ship exterior. And if I don't touch the mouse, I should be hitting the planet. If I tilt forward, it's doing the exact opposite of what the documentation says. Well, so let's flip it. Let's make it hit everything except for the ship exterior. It's possible the documentation's out of date. That sucks, but no. Same thing. This is definitely the red one, right? Yeah. Oh, hang on a sec. Um, I think I see what's happening here. See this? Oh God, that's disgusting. That is absolutely disgusting. It thinks it's using it for the max distance. There is no layer mask one that doesn't have a max range. So it's using this, cast it to an integer, which will be some number that's a bit mask, so probably 8 or something, like 8 meters or whatever. It's using this thing as the range. So I actually want to give this thing a float dot infinity, positive infinity, as its range. Because there is nothing it takes. Yeah. So now if I hover over it, it should show me the correct one I was using. The clue was there, and that when I opened this up, it was showing me the one that had max distance. So that's a tricky one. Hopefully the documentation is correct now. Yeah, you gotta trust your tools. It was showing me exactly which one I was calling, and it's happily converting a layer mask to an int, which is happily being converted to a float. So we'll let implicit conversion. It would be nice if they didn't require max range. That would probably, I'm sure a bunch of people have run into that same problem. Now I should be able to adjust the ship exterior, and I should have a good raycast. All right, so I can't see my ray again. Same problem. Oh my God. Right. Color me. Color me confused. Everything except for the ship interior. Maybe the documentation's wrong and I had a bug. Everything's possible. No. Oh, okay. Documentation was wrong and I had a bug. So now it's ignoring the ship. Ah, there was a little green one there. Do you see that? For a split second, it managed to get a return raycast. I have no reason to do any of this stuff, but this is my own curiosity. So this is wrong. This is wrong. That's just wrong. That's straight up. That's what it's going to hit. So I guess it is a little bit. Yeah. No, it's ambiguously written. It should say it's just ambiguously written to filter out. Like this could just be clarified, I think, a little bit more. Like it should be to filter. Yeah, it's just ambiguous. So it's not wrong. It's just not great. So now I know it's the ones that it's actually going to hit. That'll be everything except for the ship's exterior. Now I should have my outward raycast always working. Now we can work on the other one. This should always work, except it's not right now. Oh, I think that's because the scene didn't have focus. That's like a Unity UI caveat. So right now, I think I have to like move my mouse, literally. Like if I don't move my mouse, it's not rendering that line, I don't think. As soon as I move my mouse into this even 1 pixel, it renders it. So that's a Unity bug. Getting all the Unity bugs today. All right. So I'm confident with that one. Let's get rid of it and go with the return trip. Now this just isn't working. So I'm going to preempt that physics raycast with a um, planet point, and then I'll take this plus minus the planet direction times, I don't know, just a smallish number. in the grand scheme of things to see if we're getting that point in the right direction. Okay, so that's consistently ray casting. There was that little flicker at the beginning, but that's just yeah. So that's oh, it's simple. It's missing the ship. Of course it is, because the ship's position, right, is right here. There's a giant gap. Any ray cast through here is going to clean miss the ship. So I don't want to be aiming at the basically the ship center sucks. The ship center sucks for lots of reasons, actually. The ship center also sucks because when I'm rotating my ship using my mouse, it's rotating like this, which is very unintuitive. You'd expect it to rotate more around the center. Now, I could go into Blender and change this, but I'm not going to do that. Not Blender, I got 3ds Max installed now. Either one, I could change it in there. But this is where I would love for Unity. So I find that spaceship. Yeah, I would love for Unity to allow me to select this mesh here. So the mesh here, where is it? This. And just do some basic corrections on it. Like if I want to flip the orientation, let me do that. Like, would it really hurt to allow me to apply some corrections here? Sometimes you don't have ready access to the, or you don't know how, it's like, come on, let me put an offset on this or some shit. But no, I could do it in code. I could have rewrite enabled and I can just offset it down. There's a lot of ways I could do it, but it's gross. And if it's in code, it means it's runtime, which means I won't see it in the editor. So that's my little rant. It'd be nice to be able to fix that right here. Because I don't really want my ship rotating around the middle. I'm thinking about it, and I also raycasts are gonna fail unless I start aiming at something other than the ship, which I shouldn't. I mean, the whole point of it is that, well, I'm thinking about it now, and this raycast is never going to give us a perfect result because, first of all, it's failing miserably now. Second of all, if I chose another spot, say I chose this big engine at the top, right, as my point to fire a raycast, or even here, like the cockpit. If I use the cockpit here, if it fires to the ship, it fires back, it's going to give me the altitude to the cockpit. I want the closest point. So after all this investigation, I've established that I think the sweep's way better anyway. So this was fun, but I'm not going to use it. I'm going to comment it out and leave it. And I'll leave some reasons why for myself tomorrow. This isn't a great solution because the center, the ship, the pivot of the ship is between the legs and the raycasts. Keep missing. Now the reason it didn't always miss is if I tilt the ship up, it will hit. You can just add +1 unit to the Y position of the raycast. Something that I could, but what if I'm facing like the other direction? I mean, why on the y-axis? Yes, it might make sense, but am I doing it on the y-axis, the world y-axis, the ship y-axis? If I'm doing the ship y-axis, it doesn't make sense anymore. I guess it's kind of the middle of the ship. I guess it's a good point. Yeah, you could just add it and make it so it's kind of the middle of the ship there, or I could put an actual blank game object and say, "Yep, that'll do. That's the middle." But it's still going to have the same problem in which I'm not going to use it because there's a good chance it will miss and hit something. Whereas the rigid body sweep will always give me the closest point because it's moving the whole object and not just like trying to thread a needle through it, right? The raycast might hit something that's further into the ship than its extent. So I'm going to keep going with the sweep. It's nice and simple, and my students have already done it once. It's slow in the grand scheme of things. It's slow technically, but in this case, it's not slow. It's not going to make a difference. If I was doing this for like a swarm of ships, I'd want to think twice. Maybe only raycast every few seconds. Do it for like stagger them out a bit. But for this, it's absolutely fine. and it'll give a perfect result. So, sweep rigid body of ship's rigid body toward a planet to find the closest point. This is almost like too accurate, this thing, because in a real aircraft or like a spacecraft, your altitude is not measured on something is as accurate as this. This is like super accurate, which is great for a game environment when you kind of just want to know how far my feet are away from the ground or are from the ground. You'll get some weird things like if you're hovering perfectly and you start to tilt your ship, the number will change. Even if you're not moving compared to relative to the planet, you'll still get a different number, but that's fine. So I'm going to use it to set the altitude, and that number, I don't need to debug that anymore. Less spam, the better. And I just realized though on my HUD, this is all bullshit. So there you go. That's meters. I guess this is meters slash second. Will that look better? That might look nicer. Let's get that go. I don't want to waste so much time on this. I'm already getting distracted. But again, this is why I prepare a day early, because I want to have more than I need. So this should already make this whole job of landing way easier. Oh yeah, because I can use that. Oh yeah, this is way better. Feels like I'm in a. I think one of my thrusters is off slightly because I always when I burn like that, I always slightly tilt to the right, which is not a problem in VR how it's meant to be played. The VR, you can control all four thrusters independently. So this is more of a debugging problem. I hit space on the keyboard and mouse controls and it fires them all at once. And because one of my thrusters is like a few inches off or centimeters off to the right, it's getting a little bit more torque on the ship and pulling it away. But that's not really an issue I'm worried about. What's the purpose of the altitude? Just for, honestly, it just made landing a lot easier just now. Like before, it was totally, you had no clue. There's no shadow cast by your ship because that you can't, well, there isn't right now. So you're just completely blind. And now you've actually got some real numbers to work with. I can actually play a bit like Lunar Lander, which is great. This means still veering off there, but that's perfect. I can get, every time I'll get a better landing. Which means I can probably apply more damage now when I land to the ship. So now that's a good landing. I mean, it's a couple small fires, but nothing going buff out. Now I don't have, so that's 93. It's not the end of the world. These are pretty good. I mean, that's serviceable. Small fires. Maybe I should make the fires a bit less prominent, or maybe only start the fires after a certain amount of damage. That might be smarter, but that bit's already been developed. That's polish that I'm not concerned about. Features are what I'm worried about now. So on that note, I want to know when the ship's landed. Now, I'm never gonna have a zero altitude, and I'm never gonna have zero speed. So I need to work out the ship has landed when its velocity, its speed, rigid body speed, is pretty low, like it's within the threshold, and when its altitude is pretty low within the threshold. Once those two have been met, like here, there we go. So I'm looking in the inspector here, trying to without rotating my ship. It's not helping out much. If it drops below like 0.1 and the velocity is also beneath, let's go with, yeah, 0.1 for altitude and 0.1 for velocity, then I'll consider that landed, basically. So that's going to be pretty straightforward. In my update of the ship, I will have a public variable in here. So determine if the ship is landed. And this is important because it's going to become part of the game mechanics in a little bit. In a bit, though, I want to tackle some other stuff first, like randomizing the planet. That's supposed to see if it's a big challenge. If it's randomizing a planet, it's not possible. and the time I have, then I need to rethink my gameplay a little bit. So is landed will be basically if the rigid body's velocity magnitude is less than landed speed threshold, and the altitude is less than landed altitude threshold. And make these guys configurable floats. I'm going to guess 0.1 is probably fine. And let's make that guy field. Whoops. Well, I do kind of want it to balance too. That's the thing. It's meant to be a bit haphazard. The whole idea is that you're going to have a ship computer with voiceovers that's berating you like the entire time, just giving you shits constantly. But I made the ship. Actually, I haven't changed the physics of the rigid body at all. But I do want the ship to be a little bit crappy. You're meant to cause damage to your ship, otherwise the game's too easy. Gravity could use with some increasing though. I might, if I do any balancing on this, I'll probably increase the gravity a little bit. So now I know when I'm landed, so we can display that on the screen too in my HUD. We can have another, audio. Is it landed? Land display. Landed. Score something like status. And then we'll have it like now if you're using a ternary inside one of these substitution strings, you have to put them in the brackets, just a note. So then I'll say, ship is landed, which of course I didn't make public, did I? There we go. If it's landed, then we'll put it status equals landed, I guess. Otherwise, flying, sure. What have I fucked up here? I got my brackets. Oh, I got a stray colon here. Okay, landed display will be another so it'd be pro text here, and then we'll just make that somewhere on the screen. We've got space. Why am I not seeing the HUD anymore? Oh, is that when I change the aspect? No. What the hell happened to my... Where is it? Oh. Suddenly it's not good enough for you? What's going on here? Oh, it's showing the camera on the it's showing this whole player. I needed like that to be off. That happens at runtime, but ideally, let me just confirm how the player works here. The player should be enabling and disabling those, I think. No, the player class, buddy. Yeah, so I can, and I do that at the start too, don't I? I do. Okay, so I can safely just hide that. So now I can see my UI again. Let's do another. I don't like how it's not snapping anymore. That was snapping before. Is it because it's rotated? Local? Oh, it can't snap when it's in world, of course, that makes sense. It was in a world space. So this will be status, something like flying. Looks good. And finally, I'm going to have a chart, the last bit of UI there, I'm going to have how much your warp core is charged. And that only charges when you're landing, when you're landed. So the idea of this game is that you've got a bunch of damage at the beginning, and you're trying to get home, and your ship's a piece of crap, so it's constantly getting damaged, just randomly getting damaged. Everything you touch or breathe on gets damaged, and it's held together with literally held together with scrap. So you come out of warp, and your ship's already buggered up, and then you have to land your ship with questionable amount of working systems. You manage to land your ship, and once it's landed, it stops taking random damage. I don't know if I'll have time to implement the random damage, but it'll stop taking damage anyway. And then it starts to charge its warp core. So once that warp core is finished, maybe it takes like 30 seconds or a minute or something. You've got time to spend repairing your ship by grabbing scrap. Once your warp core is fully charged, you can take off into orbit. Once you're fully in orbit, then you can activate your warp. There's a bit of a sequence, and it will randomly take you to another randomly generated planet. And when you make go through that warp, you take more damage because your ship's garbage, and then you have to start the process again. Eventually, hopefully, arriving back at your home planet. You're trying to get home, basically. But that probably won't get into the prototype, but that's the premise. So the HUD can now have the status display, and I want to do like an actual progress bar here, probably because I haven't really done one with my students. I want a little progress indicator. So let's just see if this status thing works. Flying, sure am. Let's just crash this thing. Whoops. So flying, and I think I'm just gonna need a bigger threshold because even just my mouse twitching, if it's just teetering back and forth, I'm gonna make the altitude um, like a meter. Yeah, like a meter, and then I think the speed should be a bit. Let's make it a meter and a bit. Well, I can tweak it now because it's part of the ship. So let's see. Let's make the altitude a meter, or it's not even meters. It's some. Oh, I forgot to divide these numbers. Damn. These numbers are all artificially large. I needed to multiply them by this global 0.2 to get it in the same units as everything else. Which I did store somewhere, and I don't really want to keep reusing that in multiple places. So this would be a good place to have like a global settings static thing, but I don't even remember where I have it. It's on a wrist display, I think. Yeah, this is a distance scales on the wrist display, which means I can move that somewhere. I can put it on the planet. Sure, I'll make it a static thing on the planet. I can actually, if I don't have a planet script, never mind. Spaceship, sure. The spaceship can have this global scale, this public static float distance um, distance scale equals 0.2, and I'll just use that everywhere. I'll need to remember that I added that. I probably will forget. So that's going to be used on the wrist computer. That's the wrong thing. Wrist display no longer has its distance scale, and it will instead be using the ship distance scale. So a little bit of a static there, just so I can use this everywhere. I also use it in player, because now I can start using real values. Like this is 10 meters before. This is 10 meters. So I can say, all right, 10 meters and multiply by ship dot distance scale. So wait, no, it shouldn't multiply. It should be dividing by it. To make it bigger, it should be dividing by it. Yes, is that the case also for my wrist display? Small number. This is when I have the big number, and this is when I have the big number and I want to turn it into meters. I multiply. So this should probably be named better. It should be units to meters. Yeah. So now it's clearly named. So I got big number, I turn that units into meters now. And now I'll know if I have the other way around, like here, I've got meters, I want to divide it by units to meters. And I can use that also in my HUD, which is totally inaccurate right now. So it's same here. This thing will be is in units, so I want to multiply this by ship.units to meters. This thing's way zoomed in. Let's do the same for my altitude. I'm really just curious to see what the numbers look like now. And I could do the same shit for here too, like this stuff. This is going to be in meters, so I want to divide it by units to meters. And now those numbers will be in, well, I'll read them off the HUD again and make new choices. So the numbers should be much smaller now. Which makes sense because this is a tiny little spaceship and a tiny little planet. The numbers should be really small. Yeah, I'm only 50 meters off the surface of the planet. That actually feels about right. These planets are baby. So now if I use 0.1 and 0.1, it should be much more. And I would consider that landed there. So point, it's very picky. I need to be way less picky than that. Like if I wiggle, I don't want it to pop. So 0.5, 0.5 and 0.2. You see, it keeps popping up to 0.8 randomly at the beginning. I don't like that. That's not going to help me. Well, it shouldn't make a huge difference because right, I'll leave the altitude as it is, and then I'll just make the meters per second like. Is it fine how it is? Landed. Flying? Landed. It confuses the hell out of the why is it confusing the hell out of the oh, that's the velocity, right? Of course, yeah, there's no velocity. So that's expected. But again, it's polish. I'm not super worried. And all this is balancing and polishing, so let's get some shit done. So if it's landed, I want to show, well, I'm going to show this progress bar because I want to show my students how to do that. So I'm going to make a progress bar here. This is always fun because the closest thing. Is that a meeting? Do I have a meeting? No. Good. Where's my music gone? The closest thing we have to progress bars in Unity are sliders. And I've done this so many times now, it's like muscle memory. You take a slider, you go in there, you delete the whole handle fill area, you go into your fill, you delete anything of these, make them all zeros, and then you take your backgrounds and you make them full stretches, get everything full stretch, and I think that does it. It should butt up to the ends perfectly, and now if you want, you get rid of the graphics. If you want like clean cut, which I might or might not, I'm not decided yet. So then that's now our progress bar. Again, isn't letting me snap to stuff, which is a bit annoying, but I'm gonna make this look kind of cool. Just gonna eyeball it. So we'll go to here and we'll put some text in it. So let's give this thing a fill. See what it looks like when it's, okay, I just moved it completely the wrong thing. Maybe why it wasn't snapping. Yep, wasn't snapping because I was fucking with it. So now I should be able to scale this and everything should just be fine. And we'll run this to like here or something. So I'm gonna put some text inside. Actually, I do think I like the minimalist look better. So what I do with there is I make the background usually transparent. I'll choose the color I want, like green, and then just bring it down. And then on the fill, I could do a color loop on this. I'm not sure if I want to. I do want to have the text on there, but okay, I think I know how to make the text look good. So inside the slider, I'll have a text. Okay, this is just me being fussy with UI. And I'll scale that text to the whole thing, center it horizontally left aligned, give me a auto scale with a very small minimum and a little bit of left. And then I'll make it the same, I'll make it this dark green. Maybe that's a little bit. Okay, probably just black with transparency is what I want, really. There we go. Okay, it's not really vertically aligned. It says it is, but I know it's not. It's going to be a kerning issue, probably. So I don't mind hacking that a little bit. So this is going to say, you know, warp core charging, core, warp core is more, warp core, and then some kind of percentage. Yeah, that should look nice. I like it. I'm going to implement it. Before that, I'm going to have a cigarette, actually. I'll be back in a minute. That's status. What do you mean status? Or status? I'll be back. Need that cigarette. Cohort status. Yeah. You guys see the percentages for now. I was just thinking, this is gonna be a good example of reuse because I'm going to make this workhorse status um, a prefab, and I'm going to put this exact same prefab on um, your wrist computer thing, so you can see when you're walking around what your workhorse status is at, and how much time you've got left. So this will have its own script, which I'll call ship um, workhorse status display. Nice typing skills there. And this thing will just be self-sufficient. Okay, so workhorse status display is going to be pretty straightforward. I'm on the max warp core. It's going to be, I guess, 100%. So this will need the ship. And then every update, I just take the warp core status slider, I guess, dot progress will equal, well, I do more than this, I change the text as well. So this will be, if I assume the ship has 100, I'll make it a variable just in case. So this warp core state charge, I'll make that in a second, divided by the ship's max warp core charge. I mean, it's not going to go in the prototype, but the idea is you could upgrade your stuff. You can make it so your warp cores, yeah, lots of upgradable options here. So let's make these public float charge, and then what was it again? Max warp core charge. I'll give that just 100 for now, and I'll have it so that it starts at nothing. So it'll start, just to be sure, start. I know it's already at 0, but not necessary, but why not? Max warp core charge is that. Now this slider would be, again, I could do this automatically. Oops, not like that. I can grab this in children, so it's even easier to set up. This will be a slider, and I'll grab the status slider from children. Is the watch thing built yet? Yep, the watch is the thing you see here. It's normally mounted to your hand, but right now I'm just, for the sake of when your VR is not plugged in, I actually detect the game actually detects when VR is enabled. If I have Oculus plugged in with Link enabled, it knows I've got this util function, which has is VR present, which is something I just grabbed from here, because this used to be a lot easier, but now you kind of have to go through this process. So it automatically I can detect when that's enabled or not, and swap the controls out. This is value, isn't it? Value. Yeah. And now we update the text, which will be, I'll describe that here. Status text will be a CMP text. And that will be the text dot text equals the I guess we can just go with the status slider's value times 100, and then I'll show probably just one decimal point on that and have a percentage at the end. Oh no, that text said something else, and it said warp core. What did it say? Just warp core colon. Okay, warp core. There we go. So that should be our status display working. It doesn't need to be, nothing needs to be wired up on it.
I'll make it a prefab. And now let's add charging quickly. I'll add it to here in a second. I'll need to rejig this. There's not much space. I'll do that now actually. And it should scale perfectly because I'm using the auto fonts scale, then it should just work nicely. So if I go to my wrist display, I'll need to make a little bit of space here. I'll pop that on there, make it down the bottom. This is when I'm gonna run into big problems because sliders. Oh, I just made the text a prefab. That was a mistake. Yeah. Oops. So that's no longer a prefab. I got text. And I'll pull this warp core status. Make that the prefab. And back in our wrist computer, there it is. Now this should scale nicely. Okay, it needs a little bit of work. The minimum size of this text is not the minimum font size needs to be smaller, like really small. And I do want to give it a little bit of a right, a little bit of padding on the right too. And now it should scale nicely for both that and that's still fine. And now I just need to move some of this other stuff around. So the direction indicator, I'll just make that smaller and I'll bring up the distance to here. Just, there we go. Nice. I've done these different margins, I just realized, which looks kind of janky. Wrist computer distance is centered. Ah, centered is a really bad way of doing this because it'll jump around. I'm better off doing it with a left align and then using the distance. Otherwise, it'll jump around as the decimal places change. And the same with scrap. We'll give that left align and then give it a bit up left, and then I'll just give it a bit less font size. Again, you don't want to use auto size on things like this because it'll jump around too. So that's actually a point. The warp core text is not, it's going to jump around as that number gets smaller. It'll get bigger and smaller. So I probably, unfortunately, don't want to use auto size on this. And I'll have to make this, customize this per use, which is a bit meh, but I can't remember what it was before, but we'll give it some size there. That's okay. I keep getting an unknown notification from somewhere. Notification sound. Oh, I got some student questions and stuff I'll look at in a little while. Okay, this looks a bit cramped. I'm looking at it now in here. It looks a bit cramped, so let's fix that. I think just making the warp core display a little bit slimmer. Yeah, that looks better. All right. So now we need to add the charging to see what these things actually do. We should see if I hit play, they drop to 0. And I could do some color coding as well on them. So when it's charging, it's orange, for instance. And when it's fully charged, it's okay, that didn't my warp core didn't start. Oh, no, that's happening in update. So why is this? My max warp core is 100. 0 divided by 100, this should be 0. Why is this? Not 0. I should see this twice now in the log. 2 of them activated. Just disable this one for now. not getting any updates on that at all. On this guy. This guy's not doing. Because I didn't put the script on it. Whoops. Full core status display, right there. Thank you. I'm always doing that. There we go. Now we see add charging to the ship. Very easy. And the ship's update. I just check, if the ship is landed, then recharge the warp core slowly. So I'm going to take my warp core charge and make it, I'll use my clamp to make sure I don't get any, doesn't go out of bounds, plus the, plus warp core charge rate, or charge per second to be more accurate, times my delta time, and that will be between 0 and the max warp core charge, so it's clamped. And that will be configurable, and we'll make it something like, I don't know, 1 per second for now. So it takes 100 seconds. I can change that for debugging to be faster. And that's all it takes to have warp cores. I want to add some more UI. When you take off and you've got a fully charged warp core, it should say, press something to activate warp. So if I land this bugger, my newfound, I need to add in some, well, adding sounds is going to be a big part of this. Oh, where am I landing? Oh no. That went great. Can it, if I just let it roll around for a while, will it eventually consider itself landing? You kind of need to eventually come to a stop. There we go, landed. So the warp core is charging. Maybe that's a bit fast, but that's okay. So there's our charging warp core mechanic. I'll leave it like that for now, so it's somewhat fast, and we'll get rid of this logging. So if I start taking off some stuff here, I've got charging warp core, no activating effects yet. Haven't got randomized planet or randomized damage on warp. That's going to be the however I make that effect work. Detecting landing, takeoff, altitude. And I've done some more stuff in here, which I probably should note down, like I add cockpit UI, cockpit HUD with speed, altitude, velocity, direction, and warp core charge. Okay, so I know what I actually did today. Now I'll cross all that off. So things left. First, I want to investigate, before I go into the whole warping and stuff, I want to investigate how easy it is to make a planet look different. So it's going to be tweaking some values and colors and stuff, really. I do want to make that as simple as possible. I don't want to spend too much time here. So what I might do is I could just have multiple planets, to be honest. But then I gotta be careful with that because the find object on a wake will not work anymore, which sucks. I would normally use a property that keeps looking for a value every time you access it. Having multiple planets would be by far the easiest way to do this. I could also have multiple planet generators. That would be easy too. Saying all this, I don't actually have a find. Whenever I do whenever I do a planet, any of these things, they have to be wired up because I don't actually have a planet script. So that might actually make things easier for me. all of these guys had to have been wired up. So I can wire that up again in code. So I'm going to just hold back on that and start playing. Oops, start playing with different kinds of planets. So I'll call this one the I guess green planet, and we'll have another one that I'll call like I don't know, a gray planet. So it's more like a moon. Maybe I'll make it smaller with less gravity. I can change it. This is the beauty of it. I can change the gravity on them. I can do all sorts of stuff. But so I can this one can be a little bit smaller. I can even change the number of scrap that the planet's going to have. So if it's a smaller planet, let's just do that. Let's make this a smaller planet. See how much that messes up. It's a smaller planet. It's probably going to have much less gravity. So I'll set its gravity strength to half of that previous gravity. And let's see, see if that works first. I gotta be careful because I scaled it down. I don't know if the extent, the reach of the gravity is going to work. Yeah. Is that accelerating more slowly? Yes, it is. Okay, so that worked. Now let's make this thing look different. I guess now in a case like this, I don't want to be faffing about. So what I'm going to do is on this other person's script, in their update, I'm going to, this is going to be hacky, so I'll put my little testing it on here. If I hit the, I don't know, get key down F1. If I hit F1, then I will basically call awake again. Should never do it this way. And that should regenerate the planet based on anything I may have changed in the settings. So I can tweak it much more easily. And I'm going to turn off gravity for a second so I don't go piling into the planet. I also need to remember to turn that back on. So I can at least, I'm going to turn off ship controls as well, just for now. So I don't have to worry about the going out of view. Okay, that's better. So let's have a look at these values. Let's see if F1 works. It should be a random seed every time. Interesting. So it's not clearing out. That's funky. It's not clearing the original mesh. I don't want to get too much into this, but this thing is assuming, I guess it's adding. It must be adding somewhere to the heights. Original vertices, yeah, so the original vertices I need to basically get mesh info should not, okay, this is what I need to do. Only generate the, so I'll force generate planet, move that stuff in there. And now I can call that again. Because it'll be using the original vertices I got in here. So it'll only do that once. It should now reset. Should, and I'm making some big assumptions about the script I haven't actually read properly. But we should. Also, it's not reseeding, I just noticed too. So we're actually getting the same planet every single time I run this. Something failed. Stack overflow because I have put generate planet in generate planet. So I have an infinite recursion there. Smart. Let me check if my seed's actually randomizing. It's probably the same planet every time. Kind of. Interestingly, it seems to be toggling back and forth between having mountains and not. That's very strange. What would cause that? Again, I've not looked at this. generate heights. I know I'm using simplex, not Perlin, because Perlin looks god-awful. If we look at Perlin, it's terrible. This is a different random noise generator. Perlin looks just ridiculous. So it does seem to be going back and forth between two kind of states, but it is going back and forth. So let's leave it on simplex. Figure out why it's going back and forth. Is there some kind of toggling thing here? There's an excellent variable naming going on here. God damn. It's gonna make it a bit of a. Luckily, these are all local and private. Why would it be toggling back and forth? So the seed here, I like to randomize. So on awake, I'll take a seed. And I think I could just get away with random.value. The first one might always be the same though. Because of the seeding. Yeah, it might be the same every time I begin. Let's check that. So it should look identical if I keep an eye on what that looks like. Or maybe it won't. We'll find out. Yeah, that's the same. Subsequent ones, no? I need to reseed. Actually, that makes sense. The seed needs to happen in here. But also, I'm not my random dot set seed obsolete. Use a init state. Goddamn. State dot equals. What the hell is state? Sets the state. Okay, I think I'm probably best doing a init state, and I think you can leave this out. No. All right, so let's do seed the random number generator. So it's random dot set dot init state, and now this needs an integer, so I can probably use datetime dot now. So this would be the number of milliseconds since 1970, and just use the milliseconds. That should give me some randomness. Different every time randomness. That looks the same. Interesting. So C is changing. I can see it's changing there in the inspector, but it doesn't seem to care. All it's doing is toggling back and forth between two different things. Like, what the hell's happening here? Is there some kind of check somewhere saying you've already done this, don't do it again on one of these things? It feels like it. Visualize is where it's actually setting the mesh data. But that's happening in update and in here. Why am I visualizing every update? That seems massively wasteful. Hugely wasteful. Why would you need to do that? I mean, if you're animating your terrain, you'd want to do that, but this doesn't seem to support that. Oh, it would. No, even if I was just visualizing it again every time, I'm not actually doing this every time. And this is the bit that simplex. Who wrote this? Oh, it's theirs. This is probably just pulled off wiki or something. Yeah, this is ripped off some Stack Overflow or wiki, I think. Let me look at this shit. God, whatever. It's not in scope. Why would I need to do colorize every frame? also seems like a waste. Like, why am I doing this every frame? Unless you wanted, no, it doesn't make any sense. But colorize makes sense because maybe visualize makes sense because maybe these have heights in them. They do height. So this allows you to, this was put in here so you can tweak values whilst it's running without having doing what I just did. So like you find out like different heights for and see how they look. Yeah, okay. So I can do it here. Well, let's start playing around with something and I don't know why the seed is having no effect. So where is it using a seed? Where is it even being used? Use simplex with a string seed, not using purlin. That makes no sense. Why is simplex? You know what? What is it doing here? Seed parts. There's never going to be a space in my seed. This is a terrible example of this has been pulled. This code's been pulled from Wiki, Stack Overflow. I don't know, but it's expecting a seed with character with spaces in it. I'm just giving a float, so it's gonna have it's always gonna have zero at the beginning. It's always gonna have zero as the first character. The seed part will always be one part, which is no. It'll look what the fuck's going on here? Let me just log this simplex. You must have at least one of those. Let's try a couple and see if we actually do have any. I know this will probably give me an index out of bounds exception for the second two. I imagine. Well, just the first one because yeah, out of bounds. So the first part is the whole thing. So, but that's okay because it's going through 8 of the characters. This is horribly. This should not be fed a float, converted to a string. It is going to parse the individual characters of that float, and it should come up with different numbers. That even this is disgusting. I mean, I can see. Goddamn. T equals B, so T of Q. So it's grabbing the first 8. It's grabbing the first 8 characters in the string, and if it fails, it'll set it to just hex 0 or just 0. So it will always have 8. So T, how's it using T? Yeah, it's got a reverse for getting the seed back out of it with spaces in between. No, this will always fail because there's only one part. So what it's doing is it's taking this entire string, failing, and returning 0. That's what's happening. This is happening every time. Because it can't parse something like this. It can't parse that into an integer because it's not an integer. Even if it could, it would turn. Well, no, it's going to be trying to parse seed part 1, which is this. So try to parse this into an integer. It's always going to get 0. Even if it doesn't reach this, it'll still get 0. So that everything's going to be 0. So the way that they use their seed is awful. So I'm just going to change it. It seems to want. I'm not going to change this. I'm going to change how it's used. It wants to just send a float in as a string, which is god awful. So I don't want to change the simplex seed. This thing expects something like this, I think. Oops. This is expecting like numbers separated by spaces, preferably 8 of them, I believe. So that would probably give me something. Now, I could build that, but that's just gross. Like super gross. Should find this best way. I mean, it's a learning experience for my students to. This is taking perfectly. So that's definitely different. It will be the same every time, except that weird change I haven't figured out yet. But uh, this is a good example of how you can take some existing code that's being misused, like this whole seed2 string thing. Well, let's have a look here. What if it doesn't? Aha, perfect. If you don't pass it as seed, it has its own internal seed generator. So that's probably the best bet. And that's using the systems.random, which is better than the Unity random because it's since the system started. That failed. How did that? Oh, I didn't hit play. Whoops. Yeah, so that is now random every time. I'm not going to care about that weird flipping thing. I'm not concerned. So I need to take a note of that. Fixed simplex seed. At least a fix is easy. I just don't pass a seed in, which means I can actually end up losing a fair bit of code, which is good. I don't need this stuff anymore. You don't need a seed at all. It's basically isn't being used. Well, it's being used in Perlin noise, but I don't care. They probably found out Perlin noise looked like shit, because this Perlin noise probably does take a float. It does. This is bad, because you notice that Perlin noise is only really doing one half of the planet. That suggests that it's got... Perlin noise works by layering simple sine wave noise, generally. I think it's how it works. Yeah, I think it works by taking sine waves of various different frequencies and phases, and kind of layering them on top of each other and then normalizing it, I think. It gives you basically, yeah. But in the case the way they're using it, I don't know what the hell they're doing here with the seed, but it's producing an awful the noise generator. So in general, this asset is not good at random, bad at random. But we've got a more or less good fix for simplex. So let's stick with that and let's get some real numbers out of this thing. Now I'm going to show you the best asset I've ever bought, probably, which is fantastic for stuff like this. It's like $4. If anybody uses Unity ever for anything, buy this asset. I only got it recently. I didn't know it existed. It's called... Come on. Play mode saver. I'll show you how it works. It's not hyper straightforward. You can't hit Control S, but it's really, really, really useful. I'll demonstrate on this gray planet. It does occasionally have an error. I bumped into a couple errors, so it's not perfect, but it's pretty good. So what it lets you do is if I go into play mode now on this gray planet, and I start messing with this stuff, like I don't want any water on this planet. So first of all, let's bring the height down. Maybe I want a bit of height. So if I now right click on anywhere here, basically, save play mode changes appears at the top, and it gives you this list of all the changes you made, which normally I just tuck away here. It's like a queue of changes. So when I hit unplay, it goes through and saves all those. So I should have this. Let me see that. Actually, I don't think I actually saved anything. See, well, it's not perfect. I've had it work sometimes and not work other times. You might have to do it specifically on the type. I think was doing, yeah, okay. You have to do it on the actual header of the thing. That explains it. I was saving the transform. So now if I watch this height, it will bounce back and then immediately save. So this thing goes through its list of changes after you hit stop hitting play and then reapplies them. So it's really useful for this kind of stuff. So let's make a planet, like a moon. So first things first, water level. Let's turn that right down. No water on this planet. Let's bring that way down. Uh, maybe some more height. Can I make like, yeah, let's just mess with these. I have no idea what each one does, given the kind of weirdness of this, the weirdness of this, there we go. That's kind of cool. So given the weirdness of this, I'm not convinced it's that great. So I'm just gonna keep fucking with it until I've noticed all my scrap seems to have floated away. Don't know why. I don't know what this is doing. So I'll leave that as 8, I think it was on. Depth. I don't want to make it impossible to navigate this planet. But now if we can start playing with some colors, like let's make it a bunch of grays. Darker gray. I'll have the higher be lighter gray and the darker, this be darker gray. And then hill peaks. They seem to be, because I made the hills kind of inverted, I made the hills a negative value. So now these are actually like the craters now. Okay, that looks pretty good. So I'm gonna right click, save that. And now I should be able to get a gray planet every time. Yep. Colors are probably a little bit extreme in the differences, so I'll just soften that up a bit. Yeah, that looks pretty good. So I'll save that and let's try. I turned off my controls. Let me try turning on gravity again. Gravity. It's a lot smaller now, so and my spaceship controls. Let's give it a shot. Let's try our little moon planet. Now, okay. Yeah, my scrap did work. Scrap stands out like a sore thumb on this little guy. So this one's got very little gravity, so you kind of have to do all the work yourself. Oh, there we go. For such low gravity. Oh, yeah, the atmosphere is a different color too. Okay, let's fix the atmosphere. I'll do that by moving. Well, this shouldn't even have an atmosphere. It's a moon, so let me turn off the atmosphere on this gray planet. Just boop, gone. Very difficult to land on because of its low gravity. You kind of have to take it easy. Looks nice though. So I'll probably go with like a lava planet as well, and I'm gonna have a different musical track for each planet. So I go forward. Oh god. Ah. There's gonna be a lot of rolling going on here. This is when the controls in VR will be very useful because you can control yourself using the scene view here to land. Ah. Oh, it's going over the horizon. I won't be able to see it. Okay, screw it. I'm gonna get out of here. Oh no, bye. When I hit F, it refocuses the left screen. It's not the best, but are those really that damaged? Do they deserve? Oh yeah, they're hugely damaged. That's why they're totally burning here. Let's try fixing that with R. I need more scrap. Hard to land on, but lots of scrap because I didn't turn down the amount of scrap. So it's just tons of it. Which kind of makes up for the fact that um, it's hard to do because I'm not locking my cursor. It makes up for the fact that it's a bitch to land on. So I should see the fire go completely out. There we go. Kind of should have it so those thrusters don't generate any particles when they're. Yeah, okay. And you can see my warp core is still charging, but popping on that display. So let me fix that. That's why I love this save play asset. It's great. Look at this, find that specifically the right hand display and just tweak that text just a touch. It's just a little. Let's make it 10. There we go. And I'm going to save this. So you make a lot of changes whilst testing, which is great. All right, so randomized planets works nicely. Let me make another planet. I'll base off the green planet. I want to make like a big lava planet. Hey, Andrew, making planets right now. We'll call this a lava planet. Or something that looks like lava. We'll call it red planet. Make it like a Mars kind of planet. So it's probably going to have, what I'd like to be able to see this is have a red atmosphere. I'm hoping this atmosphere shader thing I'm using can hopefully support different colors. Damn, it's using the same material, so I'll have to create a material preset. So I just duplicated that. We'll call this red atmosphere. This is borderline polish now, but and this one I'll just make. Well, let me use it first of all on the red planet. We'll have the atmosphere use the red atmosphere and then save. Oh, I didn't save it. It's not saving it. Well, I should be able to test this. Oh, I'm not even running. That's why. Yeah. Plasma shader graph thing. Oh, and then you're getting like trying to whiz with that shader graph. So this is what. Let's make this red. There we go. Maybe more like an orange, dusty red. There we go. So now let's test this thing out and see how Mars-like we can make this planet. Maybe we can give it a really thick atmosphere. Yeah. I should buff these atmospheres up in general because they look really nice when they're thicker. Let's check what that looks like quickly. So as you get into the atmosphere, it should, yeah, you can still see the stars, but I could, because I want to change because I want to change the music, I like the visuals to really change too. Okay, so I'm a bit limited in my options here. I'll just ramp that to max. I want the yeah, I want the visuals to change with the music, so I will ramp these up. Let's go back to our red planet and let's start generating find some values that work. Yeah, there's a great YouTube video I think somebody posted about like what every single node does in Unity. It's one long video. I'll show you the graph. Can't remember where it is. Yeah, I got that atmosphere. I did spend a couple dollars on this project actually. I bought like a $5 asset in here and a $10 one there, I think. But it's worth it. It teaches the students how to like, especially with this some modification was needed for the random planet generation to fix a few glaring issues with it. So this is not going to have any water either. But and we can change its gravity. I'll leave its gravity as the same, but I'm going to turn the gravity off and my spaceship controls off while I'm messing with this planet. So let's make it look like Mars. Probably a little bit less mountainy. No water. To shrink that water line down. That didn't seem to go all the way down. Okay, well, is that because there is no water, or it's just... Is this actually water? Can I get inside it? Yeah, there is actually water there, so why didn't it they must be limiting the water line must be being capped somewhere. Oh wait, there's the water level in the water line. My bad. Yeah, whoops. Water level, totally different water line. There we go. So let's go with colors first. Mars like colors. Nice and rusty. There's not much difference there. I'm gonna try. Yeah. The hill peaks. Or red maybe? I'm gonna make this more extreme and then I'm gonna go with the hill peaks like I did before, make them negative a little bit. Mm. I gotta be careful with that because I'm getting these really hard to climb areas, I think. Hill divider, still not sure what that does. Ground area? Oh, look at that. Yeah, I'm worried about these hills being impossible to climb up, but all the more reason to choose a flat spot to land. I like this because it kind of has some craters, but they're pretty harsh, so maybe I'll just take the height down and have more of them. More. Um, Cliff. I know I never really changed cliffs much. Whoa. So cliffs can be definitely used for um, like craters, but mostly just adding some slight features. It's pretty boring. I don't like some of these colors. I want it to be a bit closer together. Yeah, it's more subtle. Does the hill start out there? No. Whoa. Again, this will end up being completely different in my lesson. I'm not going to tweak it so much. So I'll save that as my red planet. And we'll give it a landing. Turn its gravity back on. My spaceship controls. Yeah, I can't remember how much that was, like $5, $10. Yeah, I thought it was nice. This is a really easy planet to land on. But again, I'm not worried about balancing for this. It's all about balancing the game. Come on, land. And there we go. So now my warp core is charging. How much damage did I do? Not much. We need to crank down the particle effects on those without damage. I guess you need to know it's damaged, but in general, that thing's in pretty good shape. Looks great when it lands on a flat surface too. Mostly good condition. I'm not going to be tweaking all these values so much. So just oh, Kristen, I was thinking, imagine incorporating this into After Roll or Game Jam game. Give it a kind of Outer Wilds feel, so you're hopping from planet to planet with a purpose, and then have it like so your ship can be upgraded and like tons of stuff. Plus with the shrinking mechanic, that kind of be pretty cool. Shrink your ship down so you're like buzzing around and leaves and stuff. I think it'd be fun to incorporate. I mean, there's very little difference. Except we wouldn't be using a sphere. We'd actually have a nice generated planet, and I'd probably write my own planet generator. This is pretty poor. I'm not gonna lie. They're not particularly hard to write. So yeah. So with my core, I guess what's left. I mean, that's randomized planets. So now the final thing, other than the music and sound, which is it's going to be its own beast, is going to be the gameplay loop. So that's going to be uh, when the warp core is charging. So, well, let's make it so it randomly chooses a planet first. Now, the problem with that is that anything that refers to the planet, I think it's only a couple, anything that has a planet here. So planet surface gravity, this will need to be wired up to the planet. So I could avoid this problem by just constantly getting the current planet. Yeah, that's fine, I think. And then it's not really expensive. Oh wait, the reason I didn't do this because there was no planet script. I don't like making empty scripts. So let's do a tag instead. Beam object dot find with tag, and this will only find, I believe, what planet. And this, I think, does it include deactivated objects? Well, it's easy enough to find out. Deactivate all the planets and then try to see what happens to the gravity. So hopefully there's always a planet, because otherwise I'll get an error here. But this lets us get rid of that dependency. We don't use that anymore, and we do use that. Well, we don't use this, do we? Yeah, this whole thing got simplified. So the other place we use planet, I think, is on the ship. I think the ship has to know. So if I delete this, find out where it needs planet, which is in the update, we can do the same thing as we did here. Get the current planet and basically hope it doesn't return null. So first I'm going to check if find with tag, what that does if there's nothing. Well, I want to know if it finds things that are disabled. Oh, there's a flurry of chat. What's going on? Denver. Not Denver. Yeah, I think Kristen, like with the planet hopping, you have your ship is like your home base. So you're constantly upgrading and sticking things to it you might have found on random planets. So it's like your home away from, well, it's your home. Keep in mind there's a humble sale on right now, so there's a bunch of assets on it. So careful. Custom planet generator. Yeah, this is one I also bought. It's not great, but it saves a lot of time for what we're doing here. It's not the main scope of the project to regenerate the planet, but I wanted them to be different looking. So I found this one for cheap, and some of the code's a bit questionable, but it did give me an opportunity to fix quite an obvious error in the code, so I can teach that in class too. The seed code was broken. Yeah, Odin. Oh man, the amount of times I've bought Odin now in a bundle, and how many copies that I have lying around. Unfortunately, these days they give you one key for the whole bundle, otherwise you just dishing out Odin like candy. I was looking at the grass shader. I was thinking, hey, that'd be kind of cool to put on the green planet, but I don't know. Yeah, maybe I'll polish some of this off for demo day or something and add more to it. So does this break if there's no planet? We should get some. I'm hoping to see a lot of the errors. Yes, good. So that's good. That means I can have. It's actually time to finally make a game script object that controls the game flow. So that'll be a script that doesn't live in any of these folders. Full game. You know, you're on a home stretch when this will probably, yeah. So the game will when it starts, it will choose a random planet. We'll just actually put that in a variable called planet. So this thing will return, I guess, a transform. So random planet will be simple. It'll return planets indexed on. So I'll make an array of these planets, which is fine. This is one array to maintain. It's not a big deal. Random.range 0 to planets length. And that's just going to be an array of transforms. And once I have the planet, well, I should probably turn off all the planets. So for each planet, then the planet dot game object dot set active equals off. That's obviously going to complain. I'm using it twice, and now I'll choose a random planet. So I just won't put that in the array, and I'll activate it. Now I probably want to make this so you don't get the same planet twice. Let's just see if this works for now. Set. So that'll be the game object. In fact, I'll have this thing return game object. I like to make the whole array game objects. I don't really need the transform for anything. And then set active to true. So I'll just test that works quickly, and then I'll make it so you don't get the same planet twice. Or it can just sequentially go through the planets, so that might be better. That'd be better, actually. I can randomly choose the starting planet, but then sequentially go from there, so I'm not even going to bother. Let's do that. So start at a random planet. So starting planet index is random range between 0 and the planet's length -1. And that'll be the current planet I start in. Yeah, Humble Bundles, unfortunately, I have like literally everything in there except for a couple things I'm not interested in. But the graphs I do like to look at. Like, what is that Humble Bundle got one again? Oh, come on. Software? Yeah, fantasy gas assets. Yeah, got that, got that, got that. I probably have a lot of these I don't even know. Some game isn't here. I've got that. Don't think I have that. Don't know if I have that. That looks kind of cool. This was probably one of the only ones. I've got that. I don't have this. I've got this. Don't have the clouds. Some of the low poly packs look nice, and honestly, this is the only one that really piqued my interest because it's really pretty. I thought I could put it on our green planet and make it look really nice. I was just curious, like, obviously we don't want to have grass inside my water, so I need to find a way. I need to see how it works, basically. If you just paint it on like, with the terrain system, it's not much good to me. Yeah, I don't know how to. Okay, yeah, so it seems to use the terrain system, but it does support other things. It's kind of nice. There's some other stuff in here. And music keeps stopping. Okay, so we started a random index. I'm going to turn off all planets and then activate just the planet. So this will not be, I don't care about random anymore. I'll just go to the next one. Planets, planet index dot set active true. And hopefully everything else just works. Now I'm going to have a public void. I could teach singletons here. Um, so much is going to go into this last session already. The one last night was 3 hours long and got a lot done, got everything I needed to done, but I don't know if I want to squeeze singletons in there. Seems everything's got to refer to the game. Well, actually, no, only really the player. I think only the player is going to need to know about the game. So this might be fine to do is not a. So we'll go this move to next planet. Now, when I call that, obviously, I'm going to need some kind of obscuring effect on the screen. And I've decided I actually do want to make this a planet generator because every time I go to a new planet, I'm going to need to be able to tell it to regenerate. So before I show it, I'll set the planets. And what did I didn't make that public, did I? It should just be generate planet. I don't need this anymore. I should be able to just make this public. And generate planet should do the trick. I'll make note what I've changed in there. So it'll generate the planet. It was different. And the seed already handled. And then I show it. So now it's random every time. I'll probably call this activate planet, current planet. So I'm not repeating my code. And that'll do this dude. Now when I go to the next planet, all I do is cycle through the planets. So index goes up, and if the index is greater than or equal to the planet's length, then set it back to 0. And now I activate the current planet again. That should be my random generation going on. So let me test that from the player, just with a simple. I'll rip this code out because I want to get rid of that anyway. And then my player, in its update, I'll do a quick check. These are testing cycle through the planets. So this thing will talk to the game. Well, that doesn't need to be created. That can just be a field. Game. Yeah. And game. Now we can say game dots go to the next planet, move to next planet. Yeah. So see how smoothly that works. I shouldn't see any errors in my console because there's always going to be one. Oh, see you, Kristen. Okay, so let's see if F1 works. Should choose a random planet at the start. Oh, I never actually set my planets up. Whoops. Game needs to know about the 3 planets, so let me just lock that. My planets. Put them in here. Oh, I need to put up. Oh, that should be right. There we go. Here's my planets. Unlock. Should be disabled, and one should be enabled. And it should be different every time. Okay, planet tag is not defined. Okay, I do need to tag my planets. Tag, new tag, add a tag, planet. And now use it. There we go. I need to remember all this stuff. Tag planets. I haven't even got to the music yet. This is already basically a full lesson, so. Okay, so it's not hiding the other planets when I. It's just showing them all. Because when I do this, I need to hide all the other planets. You know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna do. It's kind of gross, but I'm just gonna say move to the next planet. I know it means it was kind of pointless generating that. This should be a random number, but yeah, okay, kind of, yeah, kind of gross, but I can just make more methods in there. I just want to overcomplicate that script. F1 should go through planets now. That's good. So now I just need to add the game. Ah, I'm just gonna use the bathroom, have a cigarette. I think have a think about this for a second. It's mostly just like UI. It's like if I know my warp core is charged, I can once I get far enough from the planet, then well, it'll have to tell me when I get into the ship and the warp core is charged. It'll have to inform me, I guess, to take off and reach orbit. When I do reach orbit, then it replaces that message with press something to activate warp. And then it goes through some kind of warp effect. I could do a fade to black for now and just play some sounds. But I'm not going to dwell too much on that because I want to get the music and stuff in. Oh, the green screens because I was doing some pre-recorded lessons, which I hate doing. Teaching to nobody is the most unnatural experience as a teacher. I hate it. It's the worst. And editing is even worse. I'll back in a minute, guys. Okay, time to find out. I think I'm going to reuse this status display to show whether you're landed, you're in the atmosphere, or if you're in orbit. It's probably better use of it. So in my ship script, I will determine if the ship is landed. I probably should make this a state. Yeah. Determine if the ship is in orbit. That's going to be easy enough. So if the distance between the ship and the planet, if I got the beginning of the if statement and the update, is greater than orbital distance threshold. Which will want to be something, I think, like 750. I'm not sure, 500. Yeah, 750 probably. It's going to depend on, well, it's atmosphere is the wrong word because the moon doesn't have an atmosphere. So I'll have some kind of ship status enum dot I guess we'll have orbit surface landed. That'll have to do, I think. The status will be orbit else the ship is near the surface. Near the surface, ship. Same gig here. I'm also going to grab planet orbit distance from planet. And the distance to planet is greater than, well, basically, if it's not landed, like I just do this check. If it's landed, then we have a status equals ship status landed. Finally, if it's not any of those, then it must be surface. It's not really surface though. It's like approach, I think is a better word. Yeah. And we don't need surface anymore. Let's put these in order. And we'll make our status. This is only being used once, so I might as well. I already have altitude, don't I? Yeah, I already have altitude, which is calculated here, so there we go. Now this is going to want to be public, which means this needs to be public. And that means these guys, something up there somewhere. So now I should have accurate statuses. And now I use this was in the HUD. So I can basically get rid of this guy. We don't need his land anymore. I pretty much can just turn that into a string, which I don't need to do if it's inside. That. Okay. Let's see if that works. That 750 is not going to make much sense for the moon. Its status. It's landed. So I'm on approach. So that number is too big. Now it's orbit. Let me tweak that number. Spaceship. Let's try 500. Well, I know 500 is pretty much on the surface of the big planets. Oh God. Come on. Forward. I'm gonna have to crank that camera up, aren't I? Ship's camera is gonna need way more. Hopefully that won't give me any problems when I'm close to the surface. Okay, we got some Mars. I'm on approach. That seems fair. It's kind of near the atmosphere. What about orbit? I didn't change that number, so let's try 500 again. Come on. These engines are so weak. Are they even doing anything? Engine force is so weak. I'm gonna have to tweak that. Let's give that. I wonder why that's suddenly so weak. Try 50. Yeah, that's a bit more like it. So approach is too small for this planet. Let's see if the landing works. Oh God. No, stop rolling. Down. Land. Bloody low gravity. Land. There we go. Oh, what the hell's that doing there? Landing's hard. Right. So that's landing. Approach. You find a good number for orbit. So this is definitely orbit right now. I don't know. I think it's going to be fine. That's orbit for this. It's okay. It's fine. So approach should be when I start to, because this is when I want to change the music too. So yeah, I think I do want a much smaller number. Well, it's gone up to bloody 750 again. Let's try a really small number. Let's try 250. Technically, I'm in orbit. I want it to change just as I get into the atmosphere. There we go. 250. That's the number. So the scale of the planet. Okay, 250. Orbit. Approach. I'm not gonna try landing on this thing again. Oh god. I managed to stick myself inside the planet a bit there. I'll be careful of that. Alright, that'll do for now. So I'm gonna need some kind of indicator above this display. That's what I'm gonna do. Put a little text indicator above here, which I can change to say whatever I want. So on my HUD, but outside of the background, I'm going to add a text with the font, make it green. And let's zoom in on this thing so it's centered. Centered, make it nice and wide, pretty tall. Yeah, I'll just center it vertically and horizontally. So this will say something like activate warp drive with um, press, not A, because A jumps out of the ship. Press B, activate warp drive. There we go. And it might also say something like, so that's what it'll say. Let me just copy this into code. Basically, when I'm in orbit, if the warp core is charged, equal to the, I'll do greater than equal to the max warp charge, then display HUD message there. And because this is always happening in update, I can also put my if B is pressed in here too, because it's in update, which is the secondary, which I use in the repair controls. It's this guy. And I'll use the same key code for it too. B is pressed. Then this will be a coroutine, I think. Start the warp sequence. Start warp sequence. And when I'm doing that, it's going to do some other stuff like, it won't take long enough for me to really bother with disabling controls or anything. I could disable the controls. Yeah, why not? Disable the ship controls. You can't spin around wildly. So that would be get component ship controls. I think it's on the same object. Enabled equals false. I'll re-enable at the end. We'll get some yields in here in a second. I think it's on the ship. Yep, ship controls. So disable the ship controls. Basically, to do add warp effect and sounds here. But instead, what I'll just do is fake it and wait for a few seconds. 3 seconds or something for now. And then pretty much move to the next Shit, I'm on the ship. Damn. So I need to get the game here as well. Need to do a few things. I need to get the game, first of all. Which means when I start, I need to get the game. It's not moved to the next planet, is it? What is this? The game. Move to next planet. And then drain the warp core. Few other things. Re-enable the controls. I'm not going to worry about randomly damaging the ship right now because honestly, they'll do plenty of that landing. If it's good at flying as I am. Yeah. So this is just where the effects would come in and the music and stuff. What else needs to happen when I need to hide? I need to hide the HUD message. Let's get these guys in here first. Show the HUD message. Yeah. So we'll have a HUD message dot text equals message and a HUD message dot game object set active. True. And for our HUD message, we just turn it off. This is going to be a TMP. No idea where that lives, so I'll have to wire that up. Neat. So if you're on the planet and the core is charged, I want to do this. So if they're landed and the core is charged, I want to just, well, let's see what looks nice. I don't need this anymore. And I want to hide, they're near the surface, I want to hide them, tell the player to go into orbit. And here I want to hide the HUD message. Here in that middle ground, I want to hide the HUD message. So let's see what looks nice as a message. This will be a HUD message. And let's see what looks nice. Turn to orbit to warp to next planet. Yeah, that's right. Looks good. So let me increase the charge rate of this HUD so the planet. Increase the charge rate here to like 10. Let me just save all this stuff to prefab. It's been a while. And now I want to speed that up. It's got to land now. Mars it is. So good, because it's the easiest one to land on. Get to approach pretty quickly. I need to start the ship farther out. Okay, this is gonna be so much easier with VR controls because you can spin the ship, roll the ship basically. Okay, I haven't tried this in VR in ages, so like today, so I probably should. Let's see how broken it is. See if my hands still work. Of course, Link doesn't want to connect. That's great. Oh, there it is. That's working. All right, let's try this properly with real controls. Be a lot more manageable. I'm gonna show my HUD now, which would be nice. Holy crap, that HUD's huge. Gotta sort that out. I also need to start with that message off. HUD message should be disabled. And the HUD is huge. It's like miles away from, okay, yeah. So this is a case where I needed to, definitely need to try it out. And so I just want to bring this closer, real close. I'll bring that message back and shrink it down. Yeah, this should be really tiny. That was like Mahusive. And it shouldn't be in the way too much because I should be able to look down to see it. Yeah. I'll leave it high so I can see it when it's in keyboard and mouse controls. But let's try that again. Come on. There we go. Please be small. Okay, it's still right up on my grill. I'm getting crazy lag, but that's just my computer, how my computer likes to. Alright, this is so much easier to, you can look down and see where you're at. Oh! Ah, forward thrusters, pull back, pull back. I do want it to be pretty banged up when they get land. Okay, it's miles easier now that. Oh, I'm using the wrong controls. Back, back, back. I'm feeling a bit sick. I do want it to be hard, and right now it's hard, but I'm feeling a bit ill. Ugh. And landed. Here we go. So I can hop out. See how much I bastard my ship up. Nice planet. Hop back in. Warp core. Return to orbit to warp the next planet. Good. So we'll do that. Yeah. The music will change. Press B to activate warp drive. All right, I'll do it. I need to space the planet first. Stop my velocity. And go. It worked, but I need to set Boolean. There's a few things I need to do. But that more or less does it. Plus, but minus all the effects I want. So return to orbit. And now when I reached orbit here, if I'm fully charged and I actually push this, then the first thing I should do is set begin, start warping. So warping equals true. And stop warping. It's immediately showing that, it's immediately saying, hey, you're still in orbit. So at this point, I want to, it's a low close charge, and we're not already warping. We should sort that out. And I think that's good. See if I can land this bugger. Okay, I got a moon. Return to orbit for the next planet. Keep forgetting that the message is still switched on, so now off. Not the moon, it's too hard to land on. Give me something else. Give me the green planet. Mars again. You just gotta go easy on it. Like, you know, in real life of landing on a planet. Keep using the wrong controller. It's okay, it should be complicated. There we go. Oh, I've landed. Is that a real good landing? Is that landing? Whoa. There we go. Landed. Hey. Looks good. You can see my charge on my controller. It's great. Okay, return to orbit. Ah. I need to put some sounds on these engines. Whoa. Okay, press B. So, let me just face the planet. I should probably kill the velocity as well. B. 1, 2, 3. New planet. Hey, and now my warp core is dry. And I start all over again. It's almost like a game. Easy. Easy. Oh. Okay, well, once you've pummeled into the ground, it's a lot easier to correct yourself. There we go. And stop, 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 stop. Bouncing all over the place. Did I land on a barrel? There we go. I still need to lower that HUD, it's a bit crazy. Oh, I'm rolling again. There we go. I think I did land on a barrel. There we go. Up, up, up. Now we need music. Okay, orbit it is. I know if I do orbit now though. Okay, try it. One. Oh. It's not giving me the orbit message the second time. Why is that? I do set orbit to warping to false. Okay, so now with a full warp core, if I go up again, oh God, but weak stomach, weak stomach. It should show the message when I get for now, but it's not. Okay, so it works once, and then something's probably set up wrong, or it's not being reset. Not warping. I definitely set to true twice. Oh, Cash, you idiot. There we go. Well, that's our problem. That means the game loop's done. So I have, let me cross some of this off. I haven't got an effect for it, but I have randomized the planet on warp. I don't have any effects for that right now. I'm going to bring those in later. I'm going to concern myself with the sound, the music, which is going to suck for you guys because actually I can send you guys my system music too, so you can hear what I'm hearing when I do some music shopping. Let me see if I can do that. Send you, see if you can hear this. I think I need to change my setting here quickly. I want to send you what I'm hearing through my headphones. Okay, let me know if you guys can hear anything other than my voice. There, you should be able to hear what I'm hearing now. If there's anybody out there. Find some nice tracks. I need 3 musical tracks, one for each type of planet with stems. So let's go for our music and let's go with a mood. So I want for like barren. Is that a mood? I want, no, I want it to be like ambient, I guess. Calm, reflective, hopeful. I must have to hit a few of these up. Yes. So I'm looking for moon music. Actually, I'll keep everything in mind, but I'm looking primarily right now for moon music with stems. This one's pretty much straight ambient, so I think it's nice. I don't know how loud that is. It looks like it's pretty loud. I'm gonna turn that down for you. Forward deafening, yeah. There we go. Check, check, check. Yeah, that's balanced. If it's too loud, let me know. I think there's somebody out there. This is nice. I'll keep it in mind. But I do want something I can have multiple stems on so I can bring something in when they kind of approach the planet surface. What's this? I'm also looking for something that has a very quick start. Tiny bit of percussion would be good. This might be nice for any of the planets. I like that. Let's see the Stardust one. I like this one from Mars, or the Red Planet. Hopefully they loop nicely. Oh, this one doesn't do. This has a silence at the end. I might have to trim that. Yeah. Yeah, this is good because it's got some quiet synth in the background, so I want the stems. Stardust. Now, I like to use the same artist if possible. This seems to have synth and let's see what the stems are like on this guy. Oh, no stems. No stems, no dice. Into the deep. Oh, I've used this track on a different game. Me and Kristen use this on the game jam. Can't use that twice. They want fast, we're hopeful and inspiring. Okay, this one's nice because it's got keys, which I can leave out. Let's hear that. Oh yeah. Ooh. I like that. Stems? Yes. You gonna let me download this or what, dude? There we go. So I think I need a moon one now. I'm gonna listen to this while I use the toilet. I like this one. I like this one for the moon. Got sad and things. Yeah, it's got stems. What I'm gonna do is so the players have more sense of the progression. I'm gonna start the player way further out. Yeah, I'll start them way further out. And I'll reset their position where the whole warp effect is happening. So I want them to appreciate like the blending the stems in. So I think the first one was going to be for Red Planet. Next one was for Green Planet. And this one is for the Gray Planet. So in our project, we need sounds. I already have sounds folder, right? Yeah, sounds. And then, actually, I'll make the music folder separately. I normally make them the same thing, but I'm going to do music separately. And we're going to have Green Planet. Hopefully the stems are similar. Green Planet, Red Planet, Gray Planet. What was this from? This is the Gray Planet. Those are very big stems, but they are WAVs. So this has got synths, then it's got keys and strings. Am I listening to that right now? Stay with me. No? Did I download the right one? Oh, this is, what the hell is this one supposed to be for? Which one was which? Oh, God damn it. I don't know which one was which anymore. Moments wasn't one of the ones I downloaded, so it must have been, what the fuck? Did the name change? Moments. Oh, wait. I'm meaning the wrong bit. Stay with me. So stay with me. This was the moon one. Good. The moments is this the moon one. I think I put that in the right place. I did. All right. And then Green Planet was Evermore, which I changed to something else. Well, green planet. Ever more? Wow. It's a lot of stems. These are quite a rich song though. Finally, my red planet. Just two. Okay, good. Okay, I'll leave the synths on and keys so it can come in and when you get close. Basically, there's going to be two phases to the music. There's going to be orbital and then there's going to be the surface or approach and landing. And I'll just choose an array of stems for each. They will all have to start initially. This is where the music management system has to be kind of clever. Uh, so it took a while to import those. Okay, I've written a million of these music managers. Almost every single final project has one, but some is going to be a bit more sophisticated. So, but I want to keep it simple because I got to teach it all in class. I'm going to turn off this audio for a bit. So I'm listening to the same track on loop. Come on. Big music. You can't even change. There we go, finally. So I wanted to start my spaceship out way further out. So basically what I'm going to do is have it so the ship, when it starts, the game should be handling this. Let's put the ship way out there. So like, nice distance like that, 2000. We'll put a spawn point there, ship spawn. Make that, I guess we'll use the rotation as well because I want them to face the planet, so that's good. This will reset their facing, lovely. And so when the game starts, when I move to the next planet, it will position the ship far out in orbit. So the ship, which I don't have and I should get, ship equals find objects, ship. And then the ship's transform position is going to be the spawn point, ship spawn point, position, and then a rotation. Yeah, perfect. So even if the ship's close at the start, it'll get pulled back to this distance. So let's make it 1,000 away. And if I hit start with the spawn point setup, we should end up back at 2,000. Yeah, way out there. So time to appreciate the also makes them have to think about not like actually slowing down. Slowing down is the tricky part. Landing's fucking impossible on keyboard and mouse, but not so bad on a VR. So let's start on that music. It's all going to be based off the ship status. So let's make a new game object with Music Manager. I can just call it music, I suppose. Music Manager, sure. New script for that. It's gonna be a lot going on here, so I'm gonna do this with a top-down programming approach to get the best results. So, position is not important because the music's gonna be. It's gonna have a lot of children though. I should make this. I can make this. No, I do want to fade my music though. Fading is another extra layer of complexity. No, I'm definitely gonna want fading music because I want to fade the stems in when you get to the approach. So, from a game's perspective, once it finds out what planet we're on, so activating the current planet, where you can use the same index on the music manager. Start the music for this planet. So let's use the same index, which should be fine. So the music manager, which I now want to rename music because manager is just redundant. Just rename that music. So music dot start track. Yeah, we'll start the track with a planet index. And we'll want to stop the previous track. Actually, I don't want this to be in here because I want to have more control over this. I want this to be in the ship because the ship's the one handling the warp sequence. This is where ideally I want to have the control over my music. So once I move to the next planet, this is where I would start the music for this planet. So I'm going to say, yo, game dot, and make this guy public. And this guy has music. This guy doesn't need it anymore. So the ship's now in control of the music, which is kind of weird. It's a bit strange. But it does make the most sense to do it here because unless I start this sequence on the game side, on the game script, it has things like disabling controls and so on. You can chart HUD messages. It makes the most sense to do it here. So at this point, I would stop the track because I'm going to be having stop the current. We would fade it out. Fade out the current music track. I fade the current music, so the music would have fade out music, fade out track, and then some time, because I'm going to want to wait for that time like here. So I fade out the track over 3 seconds. It's going to get complicated in a second. Going to get complicated. All the stems have to play at once, but some will have 0 volume. This is really the cleanest way of doing it. This will have a fade time too. Before I get into implementation, what I want to do is want to go to orbit, play only. This is going to be really tricky with all the state I'm going to be playing with. Play only the orbital music. So music dot actually I can use it as a state machine, kind of. So if if the ship was just in was just near the surface. So before I update this, I check if the status means they were nearby the planet. Then I know exactly what I need to do. I need to stop or fade out the planet surface music. Fade out surface stems over again some time, 3 seconds. Then we update this. How am I going to fit this all into one lesson? I don't know. The ship is now in orbit. 30 seconds. And we'll have a similar one. This is kind of gross. It would be nicer if I could, I'll have 2 for each. It's getting kind of gross. Fade in surface stems. And I already have fade out track. I'm always going to be playing the backgrounds, the orbital stems, always. So I only actually need these 2. So I might need that for testing. So now if I'm not going into orbit, but yeah, I'm going into approach. If the point was just in orbit, so they've now are in orbit, I'm fade in the surface stems. Yeah, that should be pretty much all it needs. Those transitional moments. Now, if they keep going back and forth over that, it might be a little bit janky, but start implementing it, I suppose. So I'm gonna have this is how I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna, as much as it'll scare my students, I want to have a serializable class private class called track, and it's gonna have I'm gonna set these up manually, so it's not gonna be that bad. As much as I don't want to set them up manually, I'm gonna have to, otherwise it's gonna get well complicated for the students. I will have a public array of audio sources, and this will be orbital stems, and another one for surface stems. So when I start a track, let's start here. Start all the stems back at the beginning of the track. So I have my index. Now I'm gonna need my tracks here, so that'll be serializer fields, private, track, 3 of those tracks. So for each bar orbital stem in tracks, track index dot orbital stems, I take that stem and I play it from the beginning. And this one's going to be, I want to fade it in, but I'm going to use Dewtween. It's another free package, but I've showed it to my students, I think. Maybe I haven't. God. It's more complexity. Might be able to be a 4-hour and final lesson. At least they can watch this video if they want. Hi, students, if you're watching. How's the future? You got careers yet? Let me know. Yeah. I used to double layer them, but I recently wiped my computer. Okay, I got Dewtween. I will take that stem and I will do fade to, I don't, I'm going to assume everything is going to be full volume right now. If I have to normalize it outside, Audacity or something, I will. So this will play all the, well, I have to play, so all the, so restart all the orbital stems and fade them in. Really should need to fade them in, and these songs have intros. I don't think I need to fade them in. They already have intros. I don't want to stomp on someone's beautiful intro, but I do need to play these. Maybe I don't need Dewtween. I will need Dewtween, but I want to set the volume of the, so start all of the planet stems, but silence them. And this will be all of the planet stems. Did I call them something else? Surface stems. So we play all those, so they're in sync with the orbital stems, but they have zero volume. And now when I fade in the surface stems, all I need to do, well, I need to store the current track. This is a pretty straightforward way of doing it, I think. So now I'm going to go through all of the surface stems, fade in all of the surface stems. And the current track, I don't need to hit play, I just need to fade them in to full volume, I'm going to assume, over the fade seconds. I haven't tried in URP. Not a clue. I'm not even sure what the shader looks like, to be honest. Try it, I guess. It's hard to say. I'm not a shader whisperer, so difficult to tell. And this will be the same for fading them out. Considering how few states I have, this is actually going to be kind of a straightforward system, I think. Now, fading out the track, that's going to be just like this. But it's fading them all out, because they will get restarted, so all I need to do is fade them out. 0 over fade seconds. And fade out. Yeah, and it doesn't matter if it's still playing. I'd love to be able to test this without faffing about, so I'm going to do some, unfortunately I have to manually go through and set up all these stems as audio sources, and this is, one of them like 8, and decide which ones I want to play, and yeah. But let's do some simple testing here. This will be easy. I'll just have it so you the number keys. One. You hit 1, then it will, well, I need to play some track at the start. Which track do I start? Ooh, that's only in the warp sequence. We need to start this also. This is why it should have been in game. Ah, actually, no, I can also do this in game. It's just a bit much. Can I just do it and activate? Really? I think that's fair. Yeah, because I have my index. Yeah, it's okay. I don't mind if it's in 2 places. It's not the end of the universe. So now I don't need that in ship anymore. What was it doing again? Starting the music. I don't need to start the music for this planet. I just need to fade out the current music. Then do a bunch of sounds and shit here still. Then this basically just teleports you to the new, well, suddenly shows the new thing. I move to the next planet, it also activates it, which also, no, so I, in move to next planet, also resets my ship position. That's why the effects will mask that. Even if this effect's just a fade in and out, I can do a fade in and out. And then maybe if I find some cool like warp effect and even some sound will do it. I could fade to white with like a warp effect. This is the stuff that's really hard in class because it's so straightforward, but it's so time consuming. Like setting these sequences up, and like when you're just like typing them out and having to do some copying and pasting for this particular project. Not as more than I'd want to, but copying and pasting and then explaining what it's doing is the only way you can fit like 3 hours into two or 4 hours into two. Okay, so this is start the track right at the beginning. So we should have the right music. And I think it's enough to test. Oh, I was putting some more tests in. So do this as start, well, fade out track over 3 seconds. Then I'll start track 0, 3 seconds. I'll just try this for the music just to see that I can cycle between them once I have them all wired up. And I'll do a similar one for fading in and out the orbitals with a key, and that should be enough. Okay, so right, this will just be 1, 2, and 3. And I just need to wire up a trillion stems now. Great. Because one of them's got a shit ton. I need to figure out which ones should be for space and which ones shouldn't. Basically anything that's kind of quiet and ambient. So I want 3 tracks. First one is for the green planet, I think. Yep, green planet. So that was the one with shit tons of tracks, stems. So let's go digging. So I'll lock this. Actually, I'm going to need to preview it. Let me stop my music, enable this so anybody who's here can hear it. Yeah, hopefully it's not too loud. Let me know, Andrew, if this is too loud when I'm testing his tracks. Music, green planet. Here's our bass. Probably not going to need that. It's got a lot of silence. Okay, Unity's broken because I made a grievous mistake of using my Oculus headset. And there's no way Unity can recover from that. It's totally stolen the audio out. Now I can try them. So, bass. Nope, that's surface stuff. Drums, definitely gonna be surface stuff, I think. Yeah. EFX. Piano, some keys in there. There's also a keys track. Man, there's a lot of shit in here. Is there even anything quiet? There's a percussion and a drums. I need a new track. This is okay. This one's alright. I can just this and strings probably. Probably can start with just this. Hmm. Yeah, I have like 7 different audio devices on my computer. It's a nightmare. This is enough. Literally, this is enough. It starts right away. There's no gap at the start. This is nice space music. Okay, that's perfect. So I'll just make the music manager's orbital stem will just be, oh shit, these are the audio sources. Um, I'm not going to overcomplicate this, so I'm going to make a bunch of stuff here. I'm not going to go crazy. Green planet, and it will have all these stems. Oh my god, bass. We'll have an audio source on it. Play on awake isn't necessary. Looping is necessary. Just to be sure, I'll zero their volumes. Just to be sure. Okay, that's our bass, drums, EFX, guitar, keys, percussion, strings, and synth. This is gonna be the hardest one. So what the hell is EFX anyway? I'm just copying what they're saying. Guitar. One at a time. One at a time. I hate data entry. I would have normally wrote a script to do this for me. So tedious. Each time I do this, it's doing something with my graphic sound card too. It's like popping. The other songs, one of the other tracks only has two stems. Oops. It's like synths and strings, which is perfect. What did I fuck up? All right. Percussion, strings. There's only half the data entry. Oof. Okay, that's one track. Let's. So it's gonna have just the synths and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 other stems. Fuck me. Gee, I'll just do this the fast way. Lock that. Grab all 7 of those. Jam them on there. Take the last one. Put it there. All right, I'll do the other ones while I'm here. So, duplicate. Next one in the order is Red Planet. Red Planet. I think it's a couple. Oh yeah, this is just 2. Perfect. Which one's which? Oh god, this is not normalized at all. Fuck. It'll have to do. Yeah, synths, and then I'll bring in the keys. So we have synths and keys. Keys are a little noisy, but it's okay. And I think it's almost the same with the Great Planet's got one more stem. Got keys as well. Sorry, strings. Keys. Whenever you're ready. Man, it's a long song. Jesus. Another mission. These must be huge. Damn, it's a long one. Oh, even clicking on it's lagging. These like 400 megabyte stems. Jesus. 8 minutes, 51 seconds. Jesus. Putting this thing on that quest is going to be a bit of a journey. It's 146 meg per stem. Ha. All right, well, let's get it done the first time, right? Strings. Come on, lag. We can do it. I think I'm just going to stick to synths in orbit and everything else. I'll just bring everything else in and into the planet. So for the Grey Planet, Since, how are you? That's quite nice. That's good space music right there. How loud does it get? Perfect. Strings? No, nothing anyway. Yeah. That's it. Just stick to the synths. Stick to the synths in space. Everything else comes in after. So, Music Manager. That's Planet 1. Planet 2 has two. What is this? Red Planet only has one of each. Keys for. No, sorry. Keys for. Start again. Start again. Keys are. So synths for orbital. And the keys for surface. And then Gray Planet synths for orbital. Keys and strings surface. Should be able to test that now. Will it play all of the track? The code, when I start the track, only plays the synths. But then I'll add an extra 2 controls for fading in and out the surface stems. So I'll call that, I don't know, the up arrow and down arrow. Up arrow, I'll fade in surface stems over 3 seconds. And down arrow will just fade them out. That should be enough to test it. Hopefully you will play a song. I should now, or it's just playing a second again. So it should play, it should start with something. Okay, it didn't play the game. Should have done move to next planet, which should have started the track planet index. Which means restarting all the orbital stems. Oh, all the volumes were at 0. Shit. Oh, I have a fade in seconds here. Goddamn. So that should have a fade in. So 1. Right. So it does need to start at 0 though. So orbital stem that volume starts at 0. Let's do that in the right order just to be sure. Yeah. And then fades in over fade seconds. Let's try that now. So you should start with a track. Some nice synthy stuff. Nice. Nice. Now let's bring in the surface stems. Very subtle for the moon. Very subtle. But less is more sometimes. Okay, that's beautiful. Okay, check out number 1. Nice crossfade. Should be just synth. This is a pretty loud one for bring in everything. Lovely. That one has a lot of impact actually. It's great. I wish you all like that. And fade it out. Oh. And red planet. This one only has two, I think. And surface stems. Oh yeah, that one's got a really unique surface stem though. It's like clanging, whatever that instrument is. And out again. I like it. I like it a lot. And it's easy to control. So it's not a hell of a lot of code. You lose all this testing stuff, it's not that much to it, and it's pretty straightforward. So it should just work with my ship because my ship's already handling these transitional things. So the transitions happen here. So I fade out my surface. So if I'm just the ship is in orbit, if it was just on approach and now it's in orbit, fades out, and vice versa. If it was in orbit, fades in. So it should work. I'll fly. That's a big part of the to-do list done. This one's super subtle, unfortunately. Yeah, I can hear it. It's nice. It's really subtle for the moon, but you know, moons are subtle. I don't know. Let me get out of here. Hit them fade out. All right, I need a cheat to manually trigger my warp, which is just starting the warp sequence. So let me just add a quick cheat in here. And we'll go with F5 for refresh. Yeah. Now this could break right now because theoretically you could do that when you're when you're landed, but that won't be possible during gameplay, so I'm not going to worry about that. Okay. Easy. This is a game of patience. Slow. It's not my favorite of the tracks, but it does a trick. Oh, that's nice. F5, fade out. I'm going to kill the entire ship's. I'm going to disable controls. Um, Kill the ship's movement, basically. So my rigid body velocity equals 0, and the rigid body angular velocity equals 0. So I want them to start out facing and frozen again from a standstill. Reload. Oh, I hit twice. Whoops. Don't do that. Don't do what I just did. Get stacked. music. Yeah, this is the one I want to hear because I think this is going to be really potent. It's already really nice with just that. But there's a lot of stems in this one. There it is. Nice. And I got that atmosphere thickness, the atmosphere just right too, so it's almost a pure blue sky. If I pull away, yeah, I like it. Dynamic music, done. It's not super complicated. It's mostly just set up, and I can kind of just package that up. Oh, you should be able to hear the music because I had the Unity audio enabled. That's a shame. Oh wait, that's my no, you should have been able to hear that. Fuck. That's a shame. I'll have to make a recording for you. It's really nice. Yeah, no, dynamic music's really pleasant. Just I'm gonna take a break now because I've been doing this for I don't know, like 4.5 hours. It's not that long, but I haven't eaten today. And then I'm just gonna do sounds for impacts, burning sounds, some klaxons, picking up scrap, repairing a system. The main engine needs some sound, and then a warp in and out with maybe some visual effects to go with that. So it's polished basically. Well, not the sounds, they're not polished, they're essential, but yeah, and it'd be pretty easy to add new planets to this. And the thing about having these planets completely separate is that you can change so much about them, like the amount, the type of scrap that it spawns, the amount of scrap that it spawns, the gravity. You could add clouds to it. In fact, I should have clouds on it right now, but we don't seem to be working for some reason. Yeah, you could do loads of it. You could have it so there's another object spawner that spawns like trees or bushes and stuff. Or if you had like on the red planet, you could spawn like boulders and like pebbles and stuff. Just some greeble, just to keep things interesting. Really easy to extend. But that was kind of the purpose of the system. And this lesson was to make it really extendable. Like the ship itself doesn't have. It's got these systems that can take damage, but only all it's got right now is the thrusters. They take damage. But you could easily have it so like the front of the ship is like maybe it's your heads-up display. So when that's damaged, the heads-up display like flickers and it doesn't work or it's got like errors or something. You can have it to this top engine. When that gets damaged, that's your main engine. So it'd be very easy to add. You just need to add a collider to it, an object with a collider on it, and then a ship system, which is a base class. So you make a new ship system for main engine or cockpit or whatever, and you can quite easily add those so that they get hit, they take damage. If you don't hit anything specific, it gives you random. It damages one of the random systems on the ship, but not as much as it would if it took a direct hit. All right, I'm gonna take a break. I'm up since 5:30, so I'll get back on this later. I'll probably stream in a few hours, depending on how meetings are looking. So if you're just tuning in, thanks. Thanks for sticking around. If you're a Circuit Stream student, I'll be posting the recordings for these in relevant places, like on Slack and whatnot, because uh, the lessons are great, but if you're not part of the lesson, this part's like seeing the process. It goes into making something. The lesson's the finished product. This is the process. So some people find that useful. All right, see you, Andrew. Anybody